A millionaire accepted a dare to marry a stranger in 48 hours, but the woman working behind that bookstore counter was playing an even bigger game than he was. Before we start the story, tell us in the comments what city you are watching from. And at the end, don't forget to rate this story from 0 to 10. Enjoy the story. She stood there in her wrinkled apron, face flushed with fury, screaming at him in the middle of that ridiculously expensive hotel suite. "You married me for a bet?" And he shot back, voice shaking with equal rage. "You married me to escape Daddy's punishment?" They stared at each other, both breathing hard, both realizing the same terrible truth at the exact same moment. They'd both been played. They'd played each other. And now, they were stuck in a marriage. Neither of them wanted, with secrets that could destroy everything. But to understand how two people who'd never even learned each other's middle names ended up legally bound in matrimony, we have to go back to a private club where champagne cost more per bottle than most people's monthly rent, and back to a bookstore where pride was about to collide with desperation in the most spectacular way possible. The Aberdeen Club didn't advertise. It didn't need to. Tucked away on the 47th floor of the Zenith Tower in Manhattan's financial district, it existed in that rarefied atmosphere where wealth wasn't just assumed, it was the minimum entry requirement. The membership fee alone was $250,000 a year. And that didn't include drinks, didn't include dinner, didn't include the privilege of sitting in chairs that cost more than luxury sedans. The view was obscene. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the city like a sprawling kingdom of light and ambition. Every building a monument to someone's success, someone's dream, someone's spectacular rise or catastrophic fall. On a clear night like this one, you could see all the way to the bridges. Watch helicopters drift past like lazy fireflies. Feel yourself suspended above the chaos of ordinary existence. And in the corner, surrounded by empty bottles of scotch that cost $400 a pour, sat the architect of his own upcoming disaster. His name doesn't matter yet. You'll learn it soon enough. What mattered was the way he carried himself. Shoulders back, jaw set, every gesture calibrated to project absolute control. He was 32 and looked like he'd been designed by a committee dedicated to creating the perfect embodiment of success. 6'2", athletic in that effortless way that came from having a personal trainer since college, with dark hair that fell just perfectly across his forehead, no matter how many times he ran his hands through it in frustration or triumph. His suit was Brioni. His watch was a limited edition piece that only 50 people in the world owned. His shoes were handmade in Florence by an elderly craftsman who had a 2-year waiting list. And right now, his pride was being systematically demolished by 3 of his oldest friends. "You're losing your edge, man." This from the one they called VP Venture Capitalist, Trust Fund Baby, and the kind of person who'd never worked a real day in his life, but somehow had opinions about everyone else's work ethic. He sprawled in his chair like a king on a throne, tie loosened, eyes bright with expensive scotch and cheaper malice. Remember when you closed the Tecton deal? You walked into that boardroom and had them eating out of your hand in 20 minutes. Now look at you, can't even commit to a weekend in the Hamptons. "I'm not losing anything," our future groom shot back. But there was an edge to his voice. A tiny crack in the armor. "I'm selective. There's a difference. Selective." The second friend law degree from Yale, family money from oil, moral compass from nowhere snorted into his drink. "That's what we're calling it now? You haven't had a real relationship in 3 years. You haven't taken a risk in longer than that. I take risks every single day. I built my company from Daddy's loan of $2 million. Yeah, we know." VP waved a dismissive hand. "We've all heard the bootstrap story. Very inspiring. But we're not talking about business. We're talking about your life. When's the last time you did something actually spontaneous? Something that wasn't calculated down to the last decimal point? The truth was uncomfortable, so he drowned it in 18-year-old scotch. The liquid burned going down, but not as much as the accuracy of VP's words. When was the last time he'd done something without running a cost-benefit analysis? When was the last time he'd felt his heart actually race with genuine uncertainty rather than the manufactured adrenaline of a business deal he knew he'd win? The third friend tech genius, cryptocurrency millionaire at 25, now, at 31, still riding that wave and desperately trying to prove it wasn't just luck, leaned forward with the kind of smile that meant trouble was coming. "I've got an idea." "Here we go," our protagonist muttered. "A challenge. A real one." The tech genius's eyes gleamed. "You're always saying you can achieve anything if you set your mind to it, right? That success is just about strategy and execution? Because it is. Prove it." VP sat up straighter, suddenly interested. "Yeah, prove it. Show us you've still got that edge. That you're not just coasting on algorithms and market analysis. What exactly are you proposing?" The tech genius pulled out his phone, tapped it a few times, then slid it across the table. On the screen was a number, $5 million. "That's the pot. We each put in $250,000 right now. The rest gets added as we go. Winner takes all. Winner of what? Marriage." The word landed like a grenade in the middle of their expensive scotch and leather furniture. "You've lost your mind," our future groom said, but he didn't look away from that number. $5 million. Not that he needed it. His company's last valuation put his net worth somewhere north of $40 million. But it wasn't about the money. It never really was. It was about winning. "Here are the rules," the lawyer said, pulling out his phone and actually starting to type up what would become the most consequential document of several people's lives. "You have 48 hours from right now to propose to someone and get them to say yes. 72 hours from right now to actually be legally married, courthouse, Vegas, wherever. Doesn't matter. But it has to be real. Legal marriage certificate, the whole thing." And then, he hated that his voice sounded interested. "You stay married for 6 months. Full 6 months. You live together. You maintain the appearance of a real marriage. You don't tell anyone it's a bet." VP was grinning now, predatory and delighted. If you make it the full 6 months and you're still legally married at the end, you win $5 million and permanent bragging rights. "And if I don't?" "Then you admit you're not the unstoppable force you think you are. You admit that maybe, just maybe, there are some things in life you can't control or strategize your way through." The tech genius shrugged. "Plus you lose $250,000 and we get to mock you forever." It was stupid. It was reckless. It was the kind of thing drunk idiots with too much money did when they'd run out of actual challenges and had to manufacture new ones just to feel alive. He should have said no, should have laughed it off, finished his drink, gone home to his penthouse apartment with its sterile perfection and its stunning emptiness. But VP's words were still ringing in his ears. "You're losing your edge." And the worst part, the absolute worst part, was the tiny voice in the back of his head, whispering that maybe VP was right. When was the last time he'd felt truly alive? When was the last time he'd done something without a safety net, without an exit strategy, without a dozen contingency plans? His hand moved before his brain fully approved the decision. He pulled out his own phone, opened his banking app, and started the transfer. $250,000. Right now. "You're all in too?" "Already transferring," the lawyer said. "Done," added the tech genius. VP just smiled and raised his glass. "Welcome back to the land of the living, brother. 48 hours starts now. Better get hunting." He stood up, and he could feel it already, that old familiar rush of a challenge accepted, a competition begun, a finish line somewhere in the distance, just waiting for him to cross it first. 6 months, he said. "I'll barely even notice them passing." They all laughed at that. They laughed because they thought it was arrogance, thought it was the Scotch talking, thought it was going to be entertaining as hell to watch their friend try to navigate actual human emotions and complications. None of them knew that in less than 24 hours, he'd be standing in a bookstore on the Lower East Side, looking at a woman who was about to turn his entire world inside out. None of them knew she'd be playing her own game, and absolutely none of them could have predicted what would happen when two people who'd never learned to lose suddenly found themselves trapped in a game where the only way to win was to surrender. But that comes later. Right now, in this moment, he walked out of the Aberdeen Club at 11:47 p.m. on a Thursday night with a challenge burning in his chest and a smile on his face that didn't quite reach his eyes. 48 hours to find someone. 48 hours to convince them to marry him. How hard could it possibly be? The bookstore opened at 7 a.m., which was, in her opinion, an absolutely barbaric hour for anything involving consciousness, let alone customer service. She'd been late every single day for the past 3 weeks. Late enough that her supervisor, a kindly man in his 60s who'd never raised his voice in his life, had started leaving her increasingly worried notes about punctuality and responsibility, and other words that made her want to throw something expensive and breakable. The problem was, there was nothing expensive in her current apartment, nothing breakable that mattered, nothing at all that reflected who she actually was or what she'd left behind. Well, not left behind. Had stolen from her? Temporarily. Very, very temporarily if she had anything to say about it. Her name doesn't matter yet, either. You'll learn it when he does. What mattered was the way she stood behind the counter of Miller's Books and Cafe at 7:42 a.m. on a Friday morning, trying not to fall asleep on her feet, while some guy in a business suit asked her where the self-help section was for the third time. Aisle 4, same as it was 5 minutes ago. Her customer service smile was getting better, but it still felt like her face was cracking. Right next to business and finance. Are you sure? I didn't see anything about meditation. That's aisle 6, spirituality and wellness. I thought you said aisle 4. Deep breath. Very deep breath. Back home, back in her real life, she would have had this guy escorted out by security for wasting her time. But this wasn't her real life. This was punishment. This was her father's idea of teaching her a lesson about consequences and responsibility, and all those other tedious concepts that apparently mattered in the real world. Self-help is aisle 4. Meditation is aisle 6. Is there anything else I can help you with? Please say no. Please say no. Do you work on commission? Because I'd like to make sure you get credit for we don't work on commission. Have a great day. She turned away before he could continue, busying herself with reorganizing the counter display of bookmarks and coffee sleeves and all the tiny, pointless merchandise that people apparently bought on impulse. This was hell. Actual, literal hell. 3 months ago, she'd been attending Fashion Week in Paris. She'd had a personal shopper, a driver, an assistant whose entire job was to make sure her schedule ran smoothly and her coffee was always exactly 142 degrees. She'd had credit cards with no limits, and a penthouse view, and invitations to parties where champagne flowed like water, and everyone knew her name. And then she'd made one tiny mistake. Well, not tiny. Not even medium-sized, if she was being honest with herself, which she tried very hard not to be. She'd taken her father's vintage Ferrari, the 1962 250 GTO, the one worth $48 million, the one he'd explicitly, repeatedly, exhaustively told her never to touch, and she'd driven it to a charity gala. That part would have been forgivable. Maybe. What made it unforgivable was the live stream. The viral live stream. The live stream where she'd raced it against some cryptocurrency bro's Bugatti down Fifth Avenue at 2 in the morning, with 500,000 people watching in real time, while she laughed and screamed about how she was living her best life and Rules were for boring people. She'd won the race. She'd also destroyed her father's trust, humiliated the family name, and racked up approximately 17 different traffic violations that his lawyers were still trying to make disappear. The punishment was elegant in its cruelty. 6 months working as a normal person. No credit cards, no driver, no assistant, no access to the family accounts. She'd been given a tiny studio apartment in a building that didn't even have a doorman, a monthly stipend that wouldn't cover a single dinner at her favorite restaurant, and a job at her father's college friend's bookstore where she was expected to arrive on time, smile at customers, and learn what real work actually meant. "You want your life back?" her father had said, voice cold with disappointment. "Prove you can survive in the real world. Prove you can be responsible. And prove you can choose a life partner who's worthy of this family, someone reliable, someone with character, someone who'll be a genuine partner, and not just another spoiled playboy or social climber." The marriage requirement had been her grandmother's addition. Sweet, meddling grandmother, who'd decided that what her wild granddaughter really needed was settling down with a good man who'll keep you grounded. Her father had agreed, probably because he was desperate to try anything that might transform his disaster of a daughter into a respectable human being. So here were her options. Endure 6 months of this hell, marry someone her father approved of, or find someone herself and prove they met his impossible standards, or lose everything for potentially years while her father reconsidered her place in the family. The clock above the register said 8:15 a.m., 4 hours and 45 minutes until her lunch break, then another 4.5 hours after that, then home to her apartment, where the hot water was unreliable and the neighbors were loud and she couldn't even order takeout from her favorite places because they didn't deliver to this neighborhood. This was day 73 of her punishment. 107 days to go. She might not survive it. The door chimed that cheerful little bell that made her want to commit violence every single time it rang, and she looked up to see another customer walking in. This one was different. You know how some people just radiate wealth? Not in an obvious way, not in a flashy way, but in the way they move through space like they own it, in the way their clothes fit perfectly, their shoes have never seen a scuff mark, their watch catches the light in a way that suggests it costs more than most cars. He walked into Miller's Books and Cafe like he was walking onto a yacht, confident, casual, completely unaware that this was a neighborhood bookstore in the Lower East Side where the most expensive item was a $27 coffee table book about Parisian architecture, and he was looking right at her. Their eyes met across the store, and for just a second, just one tiny electric second, something flickered in the air between them. Recognition, maybe. Not of each other, but of something they had in common. Some shared understanding that neither of them could quite name. Then he smiled, and it was the kind of smile that probably worked on everyone who'd never been rich themselves. Charming. Calculated. Oh, smile that said, "I know exactly how attractive I am, and I'm going to use it to get what I want." She'd seen that smile in mirrors her entire life. He walked up to the counter, and she could smell his cologne now, something expensive and subtle, probably custom blended. Definitely not something you picked up at a department store. "Good morning," he said, and his voice was smooth like good whiskey. "I need a book recommendation. We have several thousand books here. You'll need to be more specific." His smile widened, like her terseness amused him. Something about taking chances. Making big decisions. Maybe a good romance with a happy ending? Self-help is aisle 4. Romance is aisle 7. She turned back to her bookmarks, dismissing him. "I wasn't asking for directions. I was asking for your personal recommendation." "I don't give personal recommendations to customers I don't know." "Then let's fix that." He extended his hand across the counter. "Hi, I'm—" She didn't take his hand, didn't even look at it. Not interested in making new friends. Was there something else? You're very direct. It's called efficiency. You should try it sometime instead of wasting both our time with whatever this is. She gestured vaguely at him, at his smile, at the whole obvious production of his presence. And here's the thing, here's the absolutely crucial thing that neither of them knew yet. In that moment, he became interested. Actually genuinely interested. Because in his world, everyone wanted something from him. Everyone smiled, everyone flirted, everyone angled for his attention or his money or his connections. But this woman behind the counter with bags under her eyes and a name tag that said trainee in big red letters, she looked at him like he was an inconvenience, like he was boring. No one ever looked at him like he was boring. "What time do you get off work?" he asked, changing tactics entirely. "Why would I possibly tell you that?" "Because I'd like to buy you dinner." "Apologize for wasting your time. Maybe actually get that book recommendation in a setting where you're not being paid to tolerate annoying customers." She finally looked at him directly, really looked at him, and he could see something calculating in her eyes. Some assessment happening, some decision being weighed. "You're asking me out, right now, based on a 30-second interaction where I've been nothing but rude to you. You've been honest. That's different." He leaned against the counter, and honestly, his confidence was almost impressive. Almost. "And yes, I'm asking you out. Dinner tonight. Anywhere you want." This was it. This was the moment where she should have said no. Should have turned him down flat and gone back to her mind-numbing day of organizing books and making terrible coffee and counting down the minutes until she could escape this nightmare. But something in his voice, something in the way he'd said, "anywhere you want," like money was absolutely no object, made her pause. She needed to get married. She needed to get married to someone her father would approve of. Someone reliable and responsible and worthy of the family. And while this guy seemed like exactly the kind of arrogant playboy her father would hate, there was something in those expensive shoes, that designer watch, the way he carried himself. What if he was rich? Not just comfortable, but actually wealthy? What if she could spin this into something useful? "Fine," she heard herself say. "Dinner. But I picked the place. And if you're boring, I'm leaving after appetizers." His grin was triumphant. "Deal! Don't care about your name yet. You can tell me at dinner if you're interesting enough to deserve the introduction." She scribbled the address of an absurdly expensive restaurant in Tribeca on a piece of receipt paper. 8 p.m. Don't be late. Wouldn't dream of it. He left with that same confident walk, and she watched him go with a mixture of calculation and something else she didn't want to examine too closely. Something that felt dangerously like interest. 23 hours into his 48-hour challenge, he'd found his target. Beautiful, sharp-tongued, apparently immune to his usual charm. Perfect. This was going to be more entertaining than he'd thought. 3 months and 1 week into her punishment, she'd found a potential solution. Rich, arrogant, probably easy to manipulate into a proposal if she played it right. Perfect. This was going to be easier than she'd thought. They were both so wrong. But they'd figure that out soon enough. Right around the time they were standing in that hotel suite, screaming at each other about bets and punishments and the terrible, complicated truth that neither of them had been honest about a single thing since the moment they'd met. The clock was ticking. The games had begun, and absolutely neither of them had any idea what they were actually getting themselves into. Isn't it beautiful when pride meets pride, and both of them think they're going to win? The restaurant he'd chosen, that she'd chosen, was the kind of place where the menu didn't list prices, and the sommelier had a more impressive resume than most Fortune 500 CEOs. Le Signaux. Noir occupied the top floor of a converted warehouse in Tribeca, all exposed brick and industrial chic, mixed with crystal chandeliers and tables spaced far enough apart that you could plot corporate espionage without anyone overhearing. The wait list was typically 3 months long. A table for two on a Friday night was essentially impossible, unless you knew the owner, or unless you were the kind of person who could make a single phone call and have impossible things become suddenly, miraculously possible. He'd made that call at 3 in the afternoon, right after leaving the bookstore. Tonight, 8 p.m., table by the windows, and make sure the staff knows to treat her like royalty. Of course, sir. Should we prepare the chef's tasting menu? Let her order whatever she wants. Price is irrelevant. He'd hung up feeling pleased with himself, feeling like this was all going according to plan. She'd show up, be impressed by his ability to secure an impossible reservation, be charmed by his generosity and attention to detail, and by the end of the night she'd be at least halfway to agreeing to his absolutely insane proposal. What he didn't know, what he couldn't possibly have known, was that she'd eaten at Le Cygne Noir approximately 37 times in her previous life. She knew the owner personally. She'd celebrated her 24th birthday in their private dining room with champagne that cost $8,000 a bottle. And as she walked through those doors at exactly 8:01 p.m., wearing the one decent dress she'd been allowed to keep from her old wardrobe, a simple black number that had cost $6,000 and looked like $1 million. She was already annoyed that he'd chosen somewhere so obvious. Reservation under, he started to say to the hostess, right this way, please. The hostess smiled professionally and led them through the dining room. She followed, trying not to notice the familiar route to the window tables, trying not to remember the last time she'd been here with her brother, laughing over some ridiculous inside joke while their father indulged them with another round of the tasting menu. The table was perfect. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the Manhattan skyline, a view that made the city look like a jewel box of possibility. The lighting was low and intimate. A single candle flickered between them. Very romantic, very calculated. So, he said once they were seated, once the hostess had departed with promises that their server would be with them momentarily. Should we start with names, or do you want to maintain the mystery a little longer? Mystery is overrated, she said, accepting the wine list from a passing waiter, a waiter she'd specifically not made eye contact with because she was fairly certain he'd worked here when she'd been a regular, and the last thing she needed was to be recognized. But fine. You first, Alexander. Friends call me Alex. Most people call me Mr. Carrington in professional settings, but I'm hoping we're past that level of formality. Carrington. The name tickled something in her memory. There was a tech CEO named Carrington, wasn't there? Some young hotshot who'd built a company worth hundreds of millions. But that guy was supposedly ruthless, brilliant, the kind of person who worked 18-hour days and measured his life in quarterly earnings reports. This guy seemed too relaxed for that, too focused on impressing her rather than checking his phone every 3 minutes or taking urgent calls from Hong Kong. "And you are," he prompted, when she didn't immediately respond. "Disappointed in your wine selection skills." She pointed at the bottle he'd been about to order. "That's a perfectly adequate Bordeaux for people who don't know anything about wine. But if you're trying to impress me, you'll need to do better." His eyebrow raised. Just one, in that infuriatingly smug way that suggested he found her attitude entertaining rather than off-putting. "I'm listening." She rattled off a vintage vineyard that made the sommelier's eyes light up with surprised respect. It was also a bottle that cost $3,200, which she knew because she'd ordered it before. Many times before. "Excellent choice, miss," the sommelier said, actually sounding impressed. "I'll bring that right away." Alexander Alex was staring at her now with undisguised curiosity. "You know your wine? I know a lot of things. Are we doing the boring getting-to-know-you questions now, or can we skip to the part where you tell me what you actually want? What makes you think I want something?" "Please." She leaned back in her chair, studying him with the kind of direct assessment that most people found unsettling. Men like you don't ask out women like me for no reason. You're rich, I can tell by the watch, the shoes, the way you walked into the bookstore like you owned it. You're confident to the point of arrogance, which means you're used to getting what you want. And you specifically came to that bookstore this morning. You didn't wander in by accident. Men like me? His smile was sharp now. Interested. And what exactly are men like me? Bored, entitled, looking for something to make you feel alive because money stopped being exciting somewhere around your 3rd million. She paused, considering. Or maybe your 30th. How rich are we talking exactly? Most men would have been offended. Most men would have either gotten defensive or tried to change the subject or made some modest deflection about how money wasn't important. Alexander laughed. Actually laughed, head thrown back, genuine amusement lighting up his face in a way that made him suddenly, dangerously attractive. You're something else, you know that? I've been told. You didn't answer my question. My company's last valuation was 80 million. My personal net worth is somewhere north of 40 million, depending on the market. He said it casually, like he was discussing the weather. Satisfied? She was. Oh, she absolutely was. 40 million was more than respectable. 40 million was the kind of wealth that would make her father sit up and take notice. 40 million meant this guy, whatever his flaws, whatever his actual personality turned out to be, was at least financially worthy of consideration. And the company? She asked, already doing mental calculations about how to spin this. Tech sector. AI-driven analytics for corporate efficiency. Incredibly boring to talk about at dinner, which is why I'm not going to bore you with the details. He paused as their wine arrived, waiting while the sommelier went through the elaborate ritual of presenting, opening, and pouring. Once they were alone again, he raised his glass. To mysterious bookstore employees who have impeccable taste in wine and absolutely no interest in being impressed. She clinked her glass against his, noting that he'd neatly avoided giving her his company name. Interesting. To men who think they're charming enough to get away with not answering direct questions. The wine was perfect, smooth and complex with just enough oak to balance the fruit. She tried not to enjoy it too much, tried not to let herself relax into the familiar pleasure of being somewhere expensive and beautiful, with good wine and better views. This wasn't her life anymore. This was reconnaissance. This was strategy. Your turn, he said. What's your name, mystery woman? She considered lying, considered giving him a fake name, maintaining the deception for as long as possible. But if this was going to work, if she was actually going to try to manipulate this situation into something useful, she needed to establish at least some foundation of truth. Caroline. Friends call me Tori. The name tag at work says trainee, because my supervisor thinks I need reminding that I'm the newest employee and therefore the lowest priority. Caroline. He tested the name, rolled it around like he was tasting something. It suits you. Regal. A little intimidating. Makes men want to conquer you. Men want to conquer lots of things. Doesn't mean they succeed. True. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, full attention focused on her in a way that was surprisingly intense. So what's your story, Caroline? What's a woman with your wine knowledge and your attitude doing working at a bookstore at 7 in the morning? Here was the moment. Here was where she had to decide how much truth to tell, how much of her actual situation to reveal. Too much honesty, and he might get spooked or, worse, realize she was playing a game. Too little, and he'd eventually find out she'd been lying, and the whole thing would collapse. She went with a version of the truth. Edited, sanitized, but recognizable. Let's just say, I'm between situations. I did something stupid, and I'm facing consequences. The bookstore is temporary. Very temporary. What kind of stupid? The expensive kind. The viral kind. The kind where your family decides you need to learn a lesson about responsibility and real-world consequences. She took another sip of wine, using it to hide the bitterness in her voice. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept. I'm really not. His smile was self-deprecating, but there was an edge to it. My parents were absent, physically present, but emotionally checked out. I learned about consequences by making mistakes and having no one to bail me out. Sounds terrible, she said, not entirely sarcastically. Must have been so hard, building your multi-million-dollar company without anyone to help you. I had a $2 million loan from my father. That's not nothing, but he made it very clear it was a loan, not a gift. He expected it back with interest, and he expected me to succeed without bothering him for anything else. Alexander's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. I haven't spoken to him in 3 years. Paid the loan back in full after 18 months. Sent him a check and a note that said, "Thanks for nothing else." Caroline studied him, trying to figure out if this vulnerability was genuine or just another strategic move. Rich men and their daddy issues tale as old as time. But there was something in his eyes, some flash of actual pain, that made her think maybe this part was real. "So, we both have family problems," she said lightly. "How touching. We should start a support group. Or we could just enjoy dinner and see where the night takes us." Their food arrived. She'd ordered the seared foie gras to start. He'd gotten the oysters, and for a few minutes they ate in surprisingly comfortable silence. The food was spectacular, as always. Le Cygne Noir never disappointed on quality. "Can I ask you something?" Alexander said eventually, wiping his mouth with his napkin in a gesture that was somehow both elegant and casual. "And will you give me an honest answer?" "Depends on the question." If someone offered you a way out of your current situation, a way to satisfy your family's requirements and get your life back, would you take it? Even if it was unconventional? Every alarm bell in Caroline's head started ringing. This was it. This was the moment where whatever game he was playing became obvious. Define unconventional. Let's say, hypothetically, that I needed something, and you needed something, and maybe, just maybe, we could help each other get what we want. That's impressively vague. I'm testing the waters. He set down his fork, gave her his full attention in a way that was almost unnerving. "Here's the thing, Caroline. I like you. You're sharp, you're honest, you don't seem impressed by the usual things that impress people, and I think we might be able to make a deal that benefits both of us." "What kind of deal?" He took a breath, hesitated for just a second, which was the first time she'd seen him look anything other than completely confident. "This is going to sound insane. Try me. I've had a very weird few months. My threshold for insane is pretty high right now. I need to get married. Soon. Like, within the next 24 hours soon." Caroline's hand froze halfway to her wine glass. "Excuse me? I know how it sounds, but hear me out." He was talking faster now, the words tumbling out in a rush of explanation. "I made a bet with some friends. A stupid, reckless bet. If I can get married and stay married for 6 months, I win $5 million and get to prove a point about my ability to commit to things. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." "Agreed. Completely stupid. Absolutely insane. But I've already put up $250,000, and my pride won't let me back out now." He laughed, but it sounded hollow. "Turns out I'm exactly as arrogant and competitive as you thought I was." Caroline leaned back in her chair, mind racing. This was too perfect. This was so absurdly, perfectly aligned with her own situation that it almost felt like a setup. "And you're telling me this why?" "Because I think you need something too. I think you need a way out of whatever situation has you working at a bookstore. When you clearly come from money, yes. I noticed that the wine knowledge was a big clue, and I think maybe we can help each other. You want to marry me, a woman you met this morning, for a bet. I want to propose a business arrangement. 6 months, we get married, we live together, we maintain appearances. At the end of 6 months, I get my payout, we get divorced, and we both walk away with what we need. And what exactly do you think I need? I don't know yet, but I know you need something, and I know I can probably help you get it if you're willing to help me first. He pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, then showed her his screen. It was a bank statement. His bank statement. With a balance that made her eyes widen despite herself. I'm serious about this. I'm not some broke con artist. I'm a millionaire making a stupid bet because I'm bored, and my friends challenged my pride. And I think you're smart enough to see the opportunity here. Caroline's brain was working overtime. He needed to get married for 6 months. She needed to get married to reclaim her life. He was rich, successful, exactly the kind of person her father might approve of once she explained the situation. This could work. This could actually work. But she couldn't seem too eager. Couldn't let him think she was desperate. This is insane, she said slowly. You realize this is completely insane? I'm aware. That's what makes it interesting. He leaned forward. What do you say, Caroline? Want to help a stupid rich guy win a stupid bet and maybe solve some of your own problems in the process? She should have said no. Should have walked away, found someone else, done this the normal way. But normal had never really been her style, had it? And 6 months. 6 months was exactly how much time she had left on her punishment. If she could pull this off, if she could convince her father that Alexander was a suitable choice, she could cut her sentence short and get back to her real life months earlier than planned. I need to know more, she said finally. About the bet. About what you expect from me. About all of it. Fair. Ask me anything. Do your friends know you're planning to propose to a stranger? They know I have 48 hours to find someone. They don't know who. He checked his watch. And I'm down to about 21 hours now, so I'm a little pressed for time. What happens after 6 months? Clean divorce. No strings attached. I'll pay for all the legal fees, and I'll make sure you're compensated for your time and trouble. Compensated how? Name your price. This was where Caroline made her first truly calculated move. I don't want your money. I have access to plenty of money once I satisfy certain conditions. What I want is for you to play the part convincingly, to be the kind of husband, at least on paper, at least in public, that my family would approve of. Now it was Alexander's turn to look surprised. Your family has conditions too? Let's just say we're both trapped in situations created by wealthy people with too much time on their hands and very specific ideas about teaching lessons. A slow smile spread across his face. So we really would be helping each other. Potentially. If I decide you're convincing enough to present to my father as a legitimate choice, rather than a rushed mistake made out of desperation, your father gets approval? My father gets veto power. If he thinks you're a gold digger or an idiot or unworthy of the family, he'll extend my punishment indefinitely and I'll never see my real life again. She met his eyes directly. So if we do this, you need to be perfect, respectable, responsible, everything you probably aren't in real life. Ouch. You don't even know me and you're already assuming I'm irresponsible? You're proposing marriage to a stranger to win a bet. That's pretty much the definition of irresponsible. Fair point. He signaled for the waiter, ordered another bottle of wine, a different vintage this time, something even more expensive, and turned back to her with that calculating look in his eyes. So here's what I'm thinking. We get married in the next 24 hours. Courthouse, quick, legal. Then we go back to our respective families and present this as a whirlwind romance. You tell your father you met someone responsible and successful who swept you off your feet. I tell my friends I found someone and sealed the deal. We move in together. I have a penthouse with 3 bedrooms, so we can maintain separate spaces, and we play house for 6 months. And then we quietly divorce, go our separate ways, and never speak of this again. Clean, simple, mutually beneficial. Caroline swirled her wine, watching the candlelight catch in the dark red liquid. This was a terrible idea. This was possibly the worst idea anyone had ever had. Marriage wasn't something you did on a dare or to escape punishment. Marriage was supposed to be about love and commitment, and all those things her grandmother kept lecturing her about. But love and commitment hadn't gotten her out of that studio apartment. Love and commitment hadn't given her back her credit cards, or her life, or her freedom. This was pragmatic. This was strategic. This was the kind of calculated risk that might actually pay off. "I have conditions," she said finally. "I'm listening. First, separate bedrooms. I don't care how convincing we need to be in public. I'm not sharing a bed with you." Agreed. Honestly, wasn't expecting anything else. Second, you meet my father within the first week. I need his approval as soon as possible or this whole thing is pointless. Done. When do I meet him? I'll arrange something. Third. She paused, trying to think of what else she needed to protect herself. Third, if at any point this becomes complicated, if feelings get involved or the situation gets messy, we both agree to walk away cleanly. No drama, no emotional manipulation, just a clean exit. Feelings getting involved? Alexander's smile was amused. You think we're going to fall for each other? I think 6 months living together is a long time, and I think people are unpredictable, and I think it's better to have an exit strategy before we need it. Smart. Okay, agreed. Separate bedrooms, meet your father, clean exit if necessary. Any other conditions? Yes. If we do this, if we actually go through with this, you have to commit fully. No half-assing it. No embarrassing me in front of my family. No revealing it's a business arrangement. You're a devoted husband who fell madly in love with me after one magical day. And you're committed to making this work. Can you sell that? Can I sell that? Alexander laughed. But there was a competitive edge to it now. Caroline, I've sold AI analytics platforms to CEOs who didn't even know they needed them. I've convinced venture capitalists to dump millions into speculative technology based on 20-minute presentations. I can absolutely sell being madly in love with you. Prove it. Right now. Why not? Pretend the waiter is my father. Convince him you're worthy of me. It was a test, and they both knew it. A test of his ability to lie convincingly, to play a role, to be something he wasn't. If he failed this, she'd walk away and find another option. Alexander didn't hesitate. He stood up, walked around the table, and got down on one knee right there in the middle of Le Cygne Noir. Several nearby diners gasped. A woman at the next table actually clutched her chest. The noise level in the restaurant dropped as people turned to watch. "Caroline," he said, voice pitched loud enough for others to hear, but soft enough to sound intimate. "I know this is fast. I know it's crazy. But from the moment I walked into that bookstore this morning and saw you standing there, looking at me like I was the most annoying person you'd ever met, I knew you were different. I knew you were special. And I knew I'd be an idiot to let you walk out of my life." He pulled out a ring. An actual ring. A diamond that caught the light and threw rainbows across the white tablecloth. Where the hell had he gotten a ring? This isn't about money or convenience or solving problems. This is about finding someone who challenges me, who doesn't let me get away with anything, who makes me want to be better than I am. So I'm asking you, right here, right now, in front of all these witnesses. He gestured at the watching diners, playing to the crowd. Will you marry me? The restaurant was silent. Every eye was on them. Even the waiters had stopped moving. Caroline looked at the ring, at his face, at the dozens of strangers watching this supposedly romantic moment. She thought about her studio apartment and her father's disappointment and the 107 days she had left of her punishment. She thought about the fact that this man was playing a role, that none of this was real, that they were both con artists running games on each other and everyone around them, and she started to laugh. Not a delicate feminine laugh, a real, genuine laugh that made her eyes water and her shoulders shake. "You're absolutely ridiculous," she said. "Is that a yes? Where did you even get the ring?" "Called my assistant while you were in the bathroom earlier. Had it delivered to the restaurant. Cost me $20,000 on rush delivery, but—" He grinned. "Seemed like it might be useful for this exact moment." $20,000 on rush delivery. He'd spent more on getting a ring delivered in 2 hours than she'd spent on rent for her entire studio apartment. Caroline looked around at all the watching faces, at the romantic setting, at this absurd man kneeling in front of her with a ring that probably cost more than most people's cars, proposing for a bet while she considered accepting for a punishment. It was ridiculous. It was insane. It was possibly the most dysfunctional foundation for a marriage in the history of human relationships. "Yes," she said, "I'll marry you. But if you embarrass me in front of my father, I will make your life absolutely miserable for the next 6 months." "Deal." He slipped the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly, which was either incredible luck or incredible research skills, and kissed her hand in a gesture that was probably meant to be romantic, but felt more like sealing a business contract. The restaurant erupted in applause. People were cheering, raising their glasses, and one elderly woman was actually crying happy tears at a nearby table. None of them knew this was a transaction. None of them knew these two people had met approximately 13 hours ago. None of them knew that in 6 months this would all be over, and both parties would walk away like it never happened. Alexander returned to his seat, looking pleased with himself. "So, tomorrow morning, courthouse?" "Tomorrow morning, courthouse," Caroline agreed. 9 a.m. Don't be late." Wouldn't dream of it. They finished their dinner in a strange new atmosphere of conspiratorial partnership. The wine kept flowing. The food kept coming. And with every course, every glass, every moment, Caroline felt herself sliding deeper into this absolutely insane plan. 20 hours until the courthouse. 20 hours until she became Mrs. Alexander Carrington, even if only on paper. This was either the smartest or the stupidest thing she'd ever done. She wouldn't know which until it was far too late to back out. But at least it would be interesting, and at least she wouldn't be spending the next 107 days making coffee and shelving books and counting down the minutes until her father decided she'd learned her lesson. Small victories, right? They left the restaurant together, ring glittering on her finger, strangers congratulating them on their way out, both of them already playing their roles like they'd been rehearsing for years. In his pocket, Alexander's phone buzzed with messages from his friends demanding updates. He ignored them. He'd tell them tomorrow, after it was done, after he'd won. In her purse, Caroline's phone buzzed with a text from her brother. "How's the bookstore? Surviving?" She ignored it, too. She'd tell him tomorrow, after she'd figured out how to spin this into something that sounded less like insanity and more like romance. They parted ways on the street with a new, awkward handshake that made them both laugh. "See you at the courthouse," he said. "Don't you dare stand me up," she replied. And then they went to their separate homes, his penthouse, her studio, to get approximately 0 sleep while contemplating what they'd just agreed to do. Marriage. To a stranger. For all the wrong reasons. What could possibly go wrong? The New York City Marriage Bureau opened at 8:30 a.m. on Saturdays, which meant Alexander had been standing outside the building since 8, coffee in hand, trying to look like a man who made calm, rational decisions instead of someone who was about to legally bind himself to a woman he'd known for approximately 36 hours. The October morning was crisp and bright, the kind of fall day that made the city feel almost magical. Leaves were turning gold and red in the surrounding parks. The air had that perfect temperature where you didn't need a coat, but you were glad you'd brought one anyway. Couples walked past holding hands. Tourists took photos. Someone's dog barked excitedly at a passing pigeon. It all felt surreal, like he was watching someone else's life instead of living his own. His phone buzzed for the 17,000th time. His friends, of course, demanding proof, demanding updates, demanding to know if he'd actually pulled it off. VP. Dude, where are you? Did you find someone or are you chickening out? Tech genius. The bet closes at noon tomorrow. Clock's ticking. Need photographic evidence of an actual legal marriage. Lawyer. Just a reminder that the marriage has to be legally binding. I'll be checking the certificate personally. No fake documents. Alexander typed back a single message to the group chat. Patience. All will be revealed. Then he turned off his phone completely and shoved it in his pocket. Whatever happened in the next hour, he didn't need their commentary running in his head. At 8:25, a taxi pulled up to the curb and Caroline stepped out. She was wearing a white dress, an actual white dress, simple and elegant, hitting just above her knees with long sleeves and a high neckline. Her hair was down, falling in dark waves past her shoulders. She'd done her makeup carefully, not too much, just enough to look polished and intentional. And she was carrying a small bouquet of white roses. For a moment, just one brief, startling moment, Alexander forgot this was fake. She looked like a real bride, nervous and excited and beautiful, in that specific way that women look on their wedding days when they're balanced between hope and terror and can't quite believe this is actually happening. You came, he said, and he hated that his voice sounded relieved. Did you think I wouldn't? She walked up to him, adjusting her bouquet with hands that trembled just slightly. I don't back out of deals once I've made them. You look, he paused, searching for the right word. This is very convincing. That's the idea. She looked him up and down, assessing. He'd worn his best suit, charcoal gray, Italian cut, the kind of thing he wore to important board meetings. You clean up acceptably. Try to smile more when we're inside. You look like you're attending a funeral, not a wedding. Technically, I'm attending a business transaction disguised as a wedding. Technically, you're about to become my husband for the next 6 months, so you'd better start acting like someone who's happy about it. She softened slightly, dropping the sharp edge from her voice. Look, I'm nervous too. This is insane. But we're doing it anyway, so let's at least try to sell it convincingly. The doors opened at exactly 8:30, and they joined the small queue of couples waiting to get married. There were more people than Alexander had expected, young couples holding hands, older couples who'd been together for decades and were finally making it official. A few people who looked as nervous as he felt. Do you think they can tell? Caroline whispered as they waited in line. That we're faking it? No one's paying attention to us. Everyone's too focused on their own situations. Good, because my hands are shaking, and I'm worried I'm going to drop this bouquet and ruin the whole image. He looked at her hands. She was right. They were trembling. Without thinking about it, he reached over and took one of her hands in his, steadying it. Hey, we've got this. 2 strangers getting married on a random Saturday morning? Totally normal. Happens all the time, she laughed, a little breathless. We're both out of our minds, agreed. But at least we're out of our minds together. They reached the front desk, where a tired-looking clerk with absolutely zero interest in romance handed them a clipboard. Fill these out. Both of you need valid ID. Processing fee is $35. Cash or card? $35. Alexander had spent $20,000 on rush delivering an engagement ring, and the actual marriage license cost $35. The absurdity of it made him want to laugh. They filled out the forms side by side, hunched over the clipboard like students taking a test. Names, addresses, social security numbers, previous marriages, none for either of them. Signatures. What do I put for my address? Caroline whispered. The bookstore apartment, or put your real address. Whatever your ID says. We can update it later once you move into the penthouse. Right. The penthouse, where we'll be living together as a married couple. She was spiraling a little, he could tell. the reality of it hitting her all at once. "Breathe," he said quietly. "In and out. We're just signing papers. That's all this is. Just papers." But they both knew it was more than that. Papers had power. Papers made things real. And in about 20 minutes, they'd have papers that said they belonged to each other, at least in the eyes of the law. The ceremony itself, if you could even call it that, took 7 minutes. They stood in a small room with fluorescent lighting and beige walls. A city clerk, who'd probably performed 400 weddings that month, stood in front of them with a laminated card, reading from it in a monotone that suggested she'd given up on the romance of her job years ago. "Do you, Alexander James Carrington, take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do you part?" This was it. This was the moment where he could back out, where he could admit this was insane and walk away and lose $250,000 but maintain his sanity. Alexander looked at Caroline. She was watching him with those sharp, intelligent eyes, waiting to see if he'd chicken out. "I do," he said. "Do you, Caroline Ann Lancaster, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do you part?" Lancaster. He filed that away. Caroline Lancaster? The name tickled something in his memory. Had he heard it before? There was a Lancaster family in New York society, old money, real estate, and investments, but that couldn't be the same family. Those Lancasters were notorious for their wealth and their exclusivity. Their daughter wouldn't be working in a bookstore unless— Oh, this made so much more sense now. Caroline was staring at the clerk, jaw tight, hands clenched around her bouquet, and for just a second, Alexander saw real fear flash across her face. Fear that this wouldn't work, that she'd get back to her father and he'd reject this choice, that she'd be stuck in her punishment forever. "I do," she said, voice steady, despite the fear in her eyes. "By the power vested in me by the state of New York, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." They looked at each other. This was the part they hadn't discussed. The kiss. The seal-the-deal moment that was supposed to be romantic and meaningful and all those things, this absolutely was not. "We don't have to," Caroline started. Alexander leaned in and kissed her. Quick, chaste. Barely more than a press of lips. It was over in 2 seconds, quick enough to satisfy the ritual, but not long enough to mean anything. Except her lips were soft, and she smelled like something expensive and floral. And for those 2 seconds, his brain went completely blank of strategy and calculation, and remembered, inconveniently, that she was beautiful and interesting, and he was kissing his wife. His wife. They broke apart, both looking slightly dazed. "Congratulations," the clerk said with zero enthusiasm. "You can get your certificate at the front desk." And just like that, it was done. They were married, Mr. and Mrs. Carrington, husband and wife, till death do them part, or at least until 6 months and 1 day, when they'd file for divorce and pretend this had never happened. They walked out of the marriage bureau in silence, both clutching their copies of the marriage certificate like it might disappear if they didn't hold on tight enough. "Well," Caroline said finally, standing on the sidewalk in her white dress with her bouquet of roses. "That was something." "That was legally binding," Alexander corrected. "Which is slightly more than something. Do we take photos? Do we tell people? What's the protocol here? I need to send proof to my friends by noon tomorrow to officially win the bet. And you need to tell your father." "When, exactly?" "Soon. Very soon. He's expecting me at the family house for dinner tomorrow night. I was planning to show up with you and introduce you as my fiancé, but I guess now you're my husband." She laughed, a little hysterically. "God, this is so messed up." "Hey!" He touched her arm gently, drawing her attention. We're in this together now. Whatever happens with your father, with my friends, with any of it, we handle it together. That's the deal. Together. Right. Because we're married now. Because that's a thing that happened. She was definitely spiraling. I got married to a stranger in a government building on a Saturday morning, and now I have to go tell my extremely traditional, extremely wealthy family that I made a life-altering decision without consulting them. And please accept this man I've known for 36 hours as your new son-in-law. When you put it like that, it does sound challenging. Challenging. Alexander, my father is going to lose his mind. My mother is going to faint. My grandmother is going to either be thrilled or horrified. I honestly can't predict which. And my brother... She stopped, closed her eyes. My brother is going to know immediately that something's wrong. He always knows. Then we'd better make sure our story is airtight. Alexander checked his watch. It's 9:45. We have until tomorrow night to get our details straight, practice our story, and become the most convincing couple in New York. You want to grab coffee and start planning? Coffee? Yes, coffee sounds good. Coffee sounds very, very good right now. They found a small cafe 3 blocks away, claimed a corner table, and spread out their marriage certificate between them like it was a battle plan that needed strategizing. Okay, Caroline said, wrapping her hands around an enormous latte. Story. We need a story. How did we meet? The truth, mostly. I came into the bookstore where you work. We had chemistry immediately. I asked you to dinner. And then what? Hi, Dad. I had one dinner with this man and decided to marry him immediately. That's not going to fly. So we embellish. We've been texting constantly. We had 3 more dates after the first dinner. Keep them vague. Don't give details they can fact-check. We just knew. Sometimes people just know. Caroline snorted. Have you met my father? He doesn't believe in just knowing anything. He believes in background checks and financial statements and detailed vetting processes. Then give him those. I'll provide whatever documentation he needs. My company's financials are solid. I have no criminal record. I went to Princeton, graduated with honors. My business has been profitable for 6 years running. On paper, I'm a catch. On paper, Caroline repeated. What about off paper? What about the part where you made a bet with your friends to marry someone you don't know? He never needs to know about that. No one needs to know about that except us. And your friends. Who won't say anything because they're as invested in this as I am. They want their money back if I fail, but they also don't want to be the ones who sabotaged it. Trust me, they'll keep quiet. Caroline traced patterns in the condensation on her coffee cup, thinking, what about your family? Won't they wonder why you suddenly got married? I told you, I don't speak to my parents. I have a younger sister, but she lives in California and we're not close. My friends know I'm impulsive when I want to be. They won't be shocked. He paused. What about your family? Besides your father and brother, who else do I need to impress? My mother. She's delicate. She doesn't handle surprises well. She'll want to know everything about you, where you grew up, who your family is, what your intentions are with her daughter. My intentions are to be a devoted, responsible husband who treats her daughter with respect and helps her become the person she's meant to be. He said it automatically, like he'd rehearsed it, and Caroline realized he probably had. This man approached everything like a business negotiation. You're good at this, she said slowly. The lying, the performance. You're really, really good at it. I prefer to think of it as strategic communication. That's just a fancy way of saying lying. Is it lying if everyone gets what they want? Your father wants you to marry someone stable and successful. I am stable and successful. He wants someone who'll take care of you. I'll take care of you at least for the next 6 months. Where's the lie? The lie is in the part where we're not actually in love. And we're planning to divorce the second our respective problems are solved. Caroline set down her coffee cup with more force than necessary. The lie is in everything, Alexander. This whole thing is a lie. Then we'd better make it a convincing one. They spent the next 2 hours crafting their fiction. First date at Le Cygne Noir, true. Second date was a walk through Central Park at Sunset Falls, but plausible. Third date was a late-night conversation at a wine bar in Soho, where they talked until 3 in the morning, also false, but romantic enough to satisfy skeptics. Fourth date was when he proposed, impulsively, because he knew she was the one technically true. If you adjusted the definition of the one to mean the one who could help me win a bet. They memorized details about each other. Alexander learned that Caroline's favorite color was emerald green, that she'd studied art history in college before dropping out, that she had a collection of vintage records that she'd been forced to leave behind when her father punished her. Caroline learned that Alexander was allergic to shellfish, that he ran 5 miles every morning at 6 a.m., that he'd built his first computer at age 12 and sold his first software program at 16. Some of it was true, some of it was embellished. All of it was carefully constructed to create the image of two people who'd fallen fast and hard and were willing to bet their futures on a feeling. "What about physical affection?" Caroline asked as they were finishing their second round of coffee. "Your friends are going to expect to see us act like a married couple." "My family definitely will. Are you okay with that?" "With what, specifically?" "Holding hands, sitting close, maybe kissing for show. We don't have to do anything beyond that separate bedrooms, remember? But in public, we need to look legitimate." Alexander considered this. He'd dated before, obviously. He'd had relationships, though none of them had lasted more than a few months, because he always prioritized work over romance, and women tended to get tired of coming in second place to his company. Physical affection wasn't the problem. The problem was that physical affection usually came with emotional attachment, and emotional attachment was specifically what they were trying to avoid. "I can handle it if you can," he said finally. "We'll set boundaries. Public affection is fine for show. Private affection, we'll play it by ear." "By ear," Caroline repeated. "That's not exactly a solid plan. Neither is marrying someone you met yesterday. But here we are." She laughed, despite herself. "Fair point, okay. Public affection, yes. Private boundaries, to be determined. Anything else we need to establish? Joint finances? Absolutely not. We keep our money separate. You pay your bills, I pay mine. You're living in my penthouse rent-free. That seems like I don't want your money, Alexander. That's not what this is about." Her voice was sharp, defensive. "I have my own money. Or I will, once my father gives it back. I'm not some gold digger trying to trap a rich husband." "I never said you were." "But you were thinking it. Rich guy marries bookstore girl. Obviously, she's after his money. Except I'm not a bookstore girl. I'm a bookstore girl temporarily, as punishment for being exactly the kind of spoiled, reckless idiot my father thinks I am." There was real pain in her voice now, real shame, and Alexander realized that for all her sharp edges and calculated responses, Caroline Lancaster was genuinely hurting. This punishment, working as a normal person, living in a tiny apartment, being cut off from her family's wealth, it had actually affected her. She wasn't just playing a part. She was genuinely trying to prove something to someone, maybe even to herself. "I don't think you're an idiot," he said quietly. "Reckless, maybe, but not an idiot. Idiots don't know the wine list at Le Cygne Noir by heart. Idiots don't call out men on their bullshit within 30 seconds of meeting them. You're a lot of things, Caroline, but you're definitely not stupid." She looked at him for a long moment, something soft and uncertain crossing her face. "You don't even know me. Not yet. But I've got 6 months to figure you out. Should be interesting." Interesting is one word for it. They left the cafe together, married but still fundamentally strangers, walking side by side down a Manhattan street while everyone around them went about their normal Saturday routines, with no idea that these two people had just legally bound themselves together for the most ridiculous reasons imaginable. "Where do we go from here?" Caroline asked as they reached the corner where they'd need to split up her back to her studio to pack, him back to his penthouse to prepare a bedroom for his new wife. You pack your things. I'll send a car for you at 5. You move in tonight. We spend tomorrow getting our story perfect, and then we face your family together. He squeezed her hand. They were holding hands now, he realized, though neither of them had consciously decided to do it. We've got this. You and me against the world, right? You and me against the world, she repeated. And our families. And your friends. And the basic logic of human relationships. Minor details, she pulled her hand away, but she was smiling. 5 o'clock. Don't send a regular car. Send something nice. I may be temporarily disgraced, but I still have standards. Would you expect anything less from your devoted husband? The word hung in the air between them. Husband. He was her husband. She was his wife. They'd signed papers and made promises and sealed it with a kiss that neither of them would probably ever forget, no matter how much they might want to. Caroline turned to walk away, then stopped and looked back at him. Alexander? Yeah, thank you for not making this weirder than it already is, for treating it like a partnership instead of instead of a joke. It's not a joke. It's a strategic alliance between two people who both need something and are willing to work together to get it. Nothing funny about that. Right. Strategic alliance. That's definitely the foundation of a healthy marriage. Hey, some people marry for love and end up miserable. Maybe we'll marry for strategy and end up less miserable? That's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. She was being sarcastic, but Alexander found himself hoping just a little bit that maybe it wouldn't be all strategy. Maybe somewhere in the next 6 months, underneath all the lies and the performance and the carefully constructed fiction, they might actually become something like friends, or maybe that was dangerous thinking. Maybe friendship led to feelings, and feelings led to complications, and complications were exactly what they'd agreed to avoid. He watched her walk away, white dress bright in the autumn sunlight, bouquet still clutched in one hand, and he thought about the fact that somewhere in a government office there was a piece of paper that said, she belonged to him. His phone buzzed. He'd turned it back on without thinking, and now the messages were flooding in. VP. Dude, it's almost noon. Did you actually do it? Tech genius. Need proof, photos, or it didn't happen. Lawyer. Marriage certificate, or you forfeit. Alexander pulled out his phone, snapped a photo of his marriage certificate with their names clearly visible, and sent it to the group chat with a single message. Done? I'll be collecting my winnings in 6 months. Thanks for the motivation, gentlemen. The responses came immediately. Shock, disbelief, grudging admiration. They wanted details. They wanted to meet her. They wanted to know how he'd pulled it off so quickly. He ignored all of it and sent one final message. Her name is Caroline. We got married this morning. I'll introduce you when she's ready. Until then, give us space to be newlyweds. Thanks. Then he muted the conversation and put his phone away. He'd won the bet. He'd gotten married within 48 hours, just like they'd challenged him to do. In 6 months, he'd collect $5 million and prove to all of them and to himself that he could commit to something difficult, something that required actual effort and sacrifice. But standing there on that street corner, watching Caroline disappear into the crowd, Alexander had the uncomfortable realization that maybe he'd just made a bet he couldn't actually win. Not because of his friends or the time limit or the money, but because Caroline Lancaster, with her sharp tongue and her sad eyes and her white dress in a courthouse wedding, was already more complicated than any business deal he'd ever negotiated. And complications, as he'd learned in business and was about to learn in marriage, had a funny way of destroying even the best-laid plans. Caroline's phone rang the second she walked into her tiny studio apartment. Her brother, of course. He had the worst timing and the best instincts in the family. "Hey, Tommy," she answered, trying to sound casual. "What's up? Where have you been?" "I've been calling all morning. I was out, running errands." "Running errands?" Tommy's voice was suspicious. He was 3 years younger than her, but somehow always acted like the older sibling, protective, concerned, slightly overbearing. "On a Saturday morning." "In what, your fancy bookstore apron?" "I wasn't at the bookstore." "It's my day off, Tori." He used his serious voice, the one that meant he knew she was hiding something. "What's going on? And don't say nothing, because I can hear it in your voice. Something happened." She looked down at the ring on her finger, the marriage certificate in her purse, the white dress she was still wearing because she hadn't had time to change. She'd planned to tell her family tomorrow, to show up at dinner with Alexander, introduce him properly, ease them into the idea that she'd found someone. But Tommy was already suspicious, and if she lied to him now, he'd definitely know something was wrong. "Can you come over?" she asked quietly. "I need to tell you something, and I need you to promise not to freak out." Silence on the other end. Then, "How badly should I be panicking right now? Scale of 1 to 10? Maybe a 6? 7 at most. Tori, what did you do?" "Just come over, please, and don't tell Dad yet. I need to figure out how to explain this before he finds out from someone else." "Explain what?" She took a deep breath. "I got married this morning." The silence that followed was so profound she could hear her own heartbeat. "You what?" Tommy's voice went up about 3 octaves. "You what?" "I got married. To a man named Alexander. He's perfect, Tommy. He's exactly what Dad wanted: successful, responsible, stable. I found someone just like the conditions said, and now I can come home." "Tori, you've been working in that bookstore for 3 months. When did you even have time to meet someone? Let alone fall in love and get married?" It was fast. It was really fast. But sometimes you just know, right? Sometimes you meet someone and you realize they're exactly what you've been looking for. She was using their rehearsed lines, the story she and Alexander had crafted over coffee, and it sounded hollow even to her own ears. "I'm coming over," Tommy said flatly. "Don't move. Don't do anything else insane. Just stay there and wait for me." He hung up before she could respond. Caroline sank onto her bed, her tiny, uncomfortable bed, in her tiny, uncomfortable apartment, and stared at the ring on her finger. It was beautiful. She'd give Alexander that. Elegant and classic. The kind of ring that looked expensive without being ostentatious. The kind of ring a serious man would buy for the woman he loved. Except he didn't love her. And she didn't love him. And in 6 months, she'd give this ring back and pretend none of this had ever happened. But for right now, she was married. Legally, officially married. And in about 20 minutes, she'd have to convince her brother that this wasn't the most spectacularly stupid decision she'd ever made. When Tommy arrived record time, he must have sprinted from his apartment. He took one look at her still wearing the white dress and actually sat down on the floor. "Oh my God," he said. "Oh my God, you actually did it. You're wearing a wedding dress. You're wearing a ring. This isn't a joke." "It's not a joke." She sat down next to him, both of them on the floor of her studio like they were kids again, sharing secrets in the playroom when their parents weren't paying attention. "His name is Alexander Carrington. He owns a tech company. He's worth about $40 million. He proposed yesterday and we got married this morning at the courthouse." "Yesterday? Tori, you met him yesterday?" "Technically, I met him yesterday morning. We had dinner last night. He proposed at the restaurant. This morning, we made it official." Tommy was staring at her like she'd grown a second head. "And Dad knows about this?" "Not yet. I'm telling him tomorrow at family dinner. I'll bring Alexander, introduce him properly, explain that I found someone who meets all the requirements. The requirements were that you find someone reliable and responsible, not that you marry the first rich guy who looked at you twice. He's not just some rich guy. He's..." She paused, trying to find the words that would make this sound less insane. He's interesting. He challenges me. He doesn't take my shit. And yes, okay, it's fast. But sometimes fast is okay. Sometimes waiting around just means losing your chance. Tommy rubbed his face with both hands. This is because of the Ferrari, isn't it? Because Dad's being unreasonable with this whole punishment thing, and you're so desperate to get your life back that you'd marry a stranger just to satisfy his conditions. It's not like that. Then what's it like? Because, from here, it looks like you made a reckless decision to solve a problem, which is literally the same pattern of behavior that got you into this mess in the first place. He wasn't wrong. That was the worst part. Tommy was absolutely, completely right. But she couldn't tell him the truth. Couldn't explain that Alexander was also playing a game, that this marriage was a transaction, that they were both using each other to escape their respective situations. If Tommy knew that, he'd tell their father immediately, and the whole thing would fall apart before it even started. "I love him," she said, and the lie tasted bitter on her tongue. "I know it sounds crazy, but I do. I love him, and he loves me. And we both decided that life's too short to wait around for the right time. So we got married. And I need you to support me, Tommy. I need you to believe that I can actually make a good decision for once." Her brother looked at her for a long, searching moment. She could see him processing, weighing, trying to decide if this was real or if she was spinning another story to get what she wanted. "You're happy?" he asked finally. "Really, genuinely happy. I'm getting my life back. I'm getting out of this apartment and this job and this punishment. Yes, I'm happy." "That's not what I asked." "It's the answer you're getting." Tommy sighed, deep and resigned. Dad's going to lose his mind. Dad's going to see that Alexander is exactly what he wanted for me. Stable, successful, mature. He checks all the boxes. The boxes aren't the problem, Tori. The timeline is the problem. The fact that you've known this guy for 36 hours and you're already married is the problem. Then help me make it not a problem. Help me present this in a way that Dad will accept. Please, Tommy. I need you on my side. He was quiet for a moment, then reached over and pulled her into a hug. I'm always on your side, you idiot. Even when you're making spectacularly questionable decisions. But if this Alexander guy hurts you, if he's not who he says he is, if this goes wrong in any way, it won't. But if it does, I'm going to make his life miserable. Just so we're clear, crystal clear. They sat there on the floor of her studio apartment, her in her wedding dress, him in his Saturday jeans and t-shirt, both of them knowing that tomorrow night's family dinner was going to be either a triumph or an absolute disaster. Caroline just hoped she and Alexander were good enough actors to pull off the performance of their lives. Because if they weren't, if her father saw through the lies, if anyone questioned the timeline, if even one detail of their carefully constructed story fell apart, she'd lose everything. Her family's trust, her chance at redemption, and possibly the last shred of respect her father still had for her. No pressure, right? The Lancaster estate sat in the Hamptons like a monument to old money and older traditions. Alexander had seen plenty of impressive houses in his time. Hell, his own penthouse cost $7 million and had views that made grown men weep. But this was different. This wasn't just wealth. This was legacy. 3 stories of pristine white stone, columns that belonged on a Greek temple, gardens that probably required a full-time staff of 12, and a circular driveway that could fit 20 cars without anyone having to parallel park. He pulled up in his Aston Martin. He'd debated which car to bring, and settled on something impressive but not ostentatious, and sat there for a moment, engine idling, trying to prepare himself for what was about to happen. Caroline was in the passenger seat, silent and tense, wearing a cream-colored dress that probably cost more than most people's monthly salary, and shoes that added 3 inches to her height. She'd been quiet for the entire 2-hour drive from the city, answering his attempts at conversation with monosyllables and staring out the window like she was heading to her own execution. "You okay?" he asked, killing the engine. "Define okay." "Breathing. Conscious. Not actively having a panic attack." "Then yes, I'm okay. Barely." She turned to look at him, and there was real fear in her eyes. "My father is going to see right through this. You know that, right? He's going to take one look at us and know something's wrong. He's going to see a successful businessman who fell for his daughter and was smart enough to lock it down before someone else could. That's our story. That's what we're selling. You make it sound so easy. It is easy. We just have to believe it ourselves." Alexander reached over and took her hand, her left hand, where the ring glinted in the late afternoon sun. "We're married, Caroline. That part's real. The piece of paper in my wallet says we're husband and wife. Everything else is just details. Details like the fact that we're planning to divorce in 6 months. Details like the fact that we're both using each other. Those kinds of details. Details they never need to know about." He squeezed her hand. "Come on. Let's go meet your family and show them exactly what they wanted to see." They got out of the car, and immediately the front door opened. A woman in her early 50s stepped out, elegant in the way that only women who'd never had to worry about money could be. Her hair was perfectly styled, her jewelry was understated, but clearly expensive, and her smile was warm but contained a certain tension around the eyes. Caroline's mother. Had to be. Caroline. The woman hurried down the steps, not running, because ladies didn't run, but moving quickly enough to suggest genuine emotion. "Darling, you're here, and you brought— oh my goodness, you brought someone." "Hi, Mom." Caroline's voice was strained as her mother pulled her into a hug. "This is Alexander. Alexander, this is my mother, Catherine Lancaster." Alexander extended his hand, using his most charming smile. "Mrs. Lancaster, it's wonderful to meet you. Caroline's told me so much about you." Catherine shook his hand, but her eyes were sharp, assessing. She was taking in everything: his clothes, his watch, his car, the way he stood next to her daughter. "I wish I could say the same, but Caroline hasn't mentioned you at all. In fact, I had no idea she was seeing anyone until Tommy called me this morning in an absolute panic." "Tommy has a flair for the dramatic," Caroline said, but her voice was tight. "Tommy said you got married on Saturday, without telling any of us." Catherine's smile never wavered, but there was steel underneath it now. "Please tell me he was exaggerating." Caroline and Alexander exchanged a glance. This was the moment. This was where they either committed fully to the story or the whole thing collapsed before they even made it inside. "He wasn't exaggerating," Caroline said quietly. "Mom, we need to talk. Is Dad inside?" "Your father is in his study. He's been there since Tommy's call, and he hasn't come out except to tell me to make sure dinner is ready for 5 instead of 4. Catherine's expression was carefully neutral. "He's not happy, Caroline." "I didn't expect him to be happy. I expected him to be. Surprised. Surprised is one word for it." Catherine turned her attention back to Alexander, and he felt like he was being X-rayed. "Mr. Carrington, was it?" "Alexander, please. I'm hoping we can skip the formalities, given the circumstances. The circumstances being that you married my daughter after knowing her for less than 2 days? The circumstances being that I fell in love with your daughter and was smart enough not to let her slip away." He said it smoothly, confidently, like it was the most natural thing in the world. "I know the timeline is unconventional, but sometimes the heart knows what it wants before the brain catches up." Catherine's expression softened just slightly. That's actually rather romantic. Reckless, but romantic, she sighed. Well, you'd better come inside. Your father will want to meet you before dinner, Alexander, and I should warn you he's not as easily charmed as I am. They followed her inside, and Alexander tried not to gawk like a tourist. The interior was even more impressive than the exterior. Marble floors, paintings that were probably worth millions, furniture that looked like it belonged in a museum. Everything was perfectly maintained, perfectly placed. Perfect in that way. That suggested a team of people whose entire job was to make sure nothing was ever out of order. This was Caroline's real life. This was what she'd left behind when her father punished her. And suddenly, her desperation to get it back made a lot more sense. "Wait here," Catherine said, gesturing to a sitting room that was bigger than Alexander's entire first apartment. "I'll let Richard know you're here." She disappeared down a hallway, leaving Alexander and Caroline alone in a room full of antiques and uncomfortable silence. "So," Alexander said, looking around, "your family is wealthy. You noticed." Caroline was pacing, nervous energy radiating off her in waves. "This is nothing. You should see the place in Manhattan, or the villa in Tuscany, or the never mind, it doesn't matter. What matters is that in about 2 minutes, my father is going to walk in here and demand to know why his daughter married a stranger without his permission." "His permission? You're 27 years old. Age is irrelevant. In this family, you don't make major life decisions without consulting the patriarch. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked." She stopped pacing and turned to face him. "And if he doesn't approve of you, if he thinks you're a gold digger or a con artist, or just generally unworthy, he can make both our lives miserable for the next 6 months. Then we make sure he approves." Alexander straightened his tie, checked. His posture slipped into the role he'd been preparing for. "I'm successful, stable, respectful. I have no criminal record, no scandals, no secret gambling debts or drug habits. On paper, I'm exactly what he wanted for you. You're also marrying his daughter for a bet, which he never needs to know about. Focus, Caroline. We're on the same team here." Footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, measured, the footsteps of a man who was used to people waiting for him rather than the other way around. Richard Lancaster walked into the room, and Alexander understood immediately why Caroline had been so nervous. The man was in his early 60s, tall and broad-shouldered with silver hair and a face that probably smiled rarely and forgave even less often. He wore a suit even on Sunday evening, perfectly tailored, and he carried himself with the kind of authority that came from generations of wealth and power. His eyes, the same sharp gray as Caroline's, swept over Alexander with cold assessment. "Mr. Carrington." His voice was deep, controlled, absolutely devoid of warmth. "I understand you've married my daughter." "Yes, sir. I have." Alexander extended his hand. "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Lancaster. Caroline speaks very highly of you." Richard shook his hand firm grip, holding just a second longer than comfortable, a subtle dominance play that Alexander recognized because he'd done it himself in business meetings. "Does she? That's surprising, given that she's spent the last 3 months hating me for the consequences of her own actions." "Dad," Caroline started, but Richard held up a hand. "You'll get your turn to speak. Right now, I'm talking to your husband." He released Alexander's hand and stepped back, hands clasped behind his back in a posture that suggested he was about to deliver a lecture. "Tell me, Mr. Carrington, what do you do for a living?" "I run a tech company, AI-driven analytics for corporate efficiency. We help businesses optimize their operations, reduce waste, increase productivity. We're currently valued at approximately 80 million and growing. Current annual revenue? Last fiscal year, we cleared 23 million. This year, we're projecting 35. Profit margin? 18% after operational costs. Richard's eyebrow raised fractionally. Not bad. Who are your primary competitors? And just like that, they were off. For the next 20 minutes, Richard Lancaster grilled Alexander on every aspect of his business. Competitors, market position, growth strategy, exit plans, risk management. It was an interrogation disguised as a conversation, and Alexander recognized it for what it was. A test. He'd been through hundreds of investor meetings, countless negotiations, more than a few hostile takeovers. He knew how to handle skeptical men with money and power. He answered every question calmly, confidently, providing enough detail to sound knowledgeable without revealing anything proprietary. Caroline watched from the side, silent and tense. Her hands clenched so tightly her knuckles were white. "And your family?" Richard asked eventually, shifting tactics. "What do your parents do?" "My father is a retired investment banker. My mother was a pianist before she stopped performing. They live in Connecticut. We're not close." "Why not?" "Philosophical. Differences about what constitutes success and what matters in life." Alexander kept his voice neutral. "They believe in wealth accumulation for its own sake. I believe in building something meaningful. We agreed to disagree and maintain a polite distance. And yet you married my daughter without introducing her to them. Without introducing yourself to us. Without any of the traditional courtesies that people with our backgrounds typically extend." Here it was, the real question underneath all the business talk. Why the rush? Why the secrecy? What are you hiding? "Sir, I married your daughter because I love her." Alexander looked directly at Richard. No flinching, no hesitation. "I married her quickly because when you find someone that makes your life better, you don't wait around for the right time. You commit. You take the leap. And yes, I should have asked for your blessing first. That was disrespectful, and I apologize. But I don't apologize for marrying her." Richard studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he turned to Caroline. "And you? Do you love him?" Caroline's eyes went wide. She'd been standing there quietly, letting Alexander handle the interrogation, but now the spotlight was directly on her. Yes, I love him." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Louder, Caroline." "I can't hear you." "I said yes." Her voice strengthened, gained conviction. "Yes, I love him. I know it's fast. I know it's not what you wanted. But sometimes things don't happen according to plan. Sometimes you meet someone and you just know. And I knew. The moment I met him, I knew he was different from everyone else I'd ever dated. He doesn't treat me like a trophy or an accessory. He treats me like an equal, like a partner." She was using their rehearsed lines, but there was something in her voice, some edge of real emotion that made Alexander wonder if maybe she was convincing herself as much as her father. Richard was quiet for another long moment. Then he walked to the window, hands still clasped behind his back, looking out over the manicured grounds. "Catherine!" he called. "Come in here, please." Caroline's mother appeared from wherever she'd been hovering. Clearly, she'd been listening. "What do you think?" Richard asked his wife. "Your daughter has married a man we've never met. A man who seems successful on paper but could be hiding anything. Should we accept this, or should we exercise our option to extend her punishment until we're satisfied with her judgment?" Catherine looked at Caroline, then at Alexander, then back at her husband. "Richard, our daughter is 27 years old. At some point, we have to trust her to make her own decisions. Even when those decisions are reckless and impulsive? Even then. Especially then. Because that's how people learn." She moved to stand next to Caroline, put a gentle hand on her daughter's shoulder. I look at her right now, and I see someone who's genuinely happy for the first time in months. Maybe the timeline is fast. Maybe we'd prefer to have been included in the decision. But she found someone. Someone who seems intelligent and accomplished and respectful. Isn't that what we wanted? Richard turned from the window. His expression was still stern, but there was something softer in his eyes now. You really love him? This isn't you trying to manipulate your way out of consequences again? I really love him, Dad. Caroline's voice was steady now. Certain. I know I messed up with the Ferrari. I know I embarrassed the family. But I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to grow up. And Alexander, he makes me want to be better. He challenges me. He doesn't let me get away with anything. And yes, maybe we moved fast. But I'd rather take a chance on something real than waste time being cautious and miss out on something wonderful. The words were perfect. The delivery was flawless. And watching her perform, Alexander felt something uncomfortable twist in his chest. Because she was lying to her father, lying to her family, and she was doing it so well that even he almost believed her. Fine. Richard's voice was resigned. You're married. I can't undo that, and I won't try. But hear me clearly, both of you. This family has a reputation. We have standards. We have expectations. If this marriage falls apart, if it turns out to be a mistake, the consequences will be severe. For both of you. It won't fall apart, Alexander said firmly. I'm in this for the long haul, sir. Caroline is my wife, and I take that commitment seriously. You'd better. Richard moved toward the door, then paused. Dinner is at 7. We'll discuss the specifics of your living arrangements and Caroline's return to the family fold at that time. For now, Catherine will show you to the guest room where you'll be staying tonight. I assume you're planning to stay? If we're welcome, yes. You're family now. You're always welcome. But the way he said it didn't sound particularly welcoming. It sounded like a warning. Richard left the room, and the tension deflated like a punctured balloon. Catherine immediately moved to Caroline, pulling her into a proper hug this time. Oh, sweetheart, you could have told us. You could have called, given us some warning. I know, Mom. I'm sorry. It all happened so fast. And I wanted it to be done before anyone could talk me out of it. No one would have talked you out of it if you'd truly found the right person. Catherine pulled back, studying her daughter's face. Are you happy? Really, truly happy? I'm happy, Caroline said. And Alexander couldn't tell if she was lying or if she'd managed to convince herself it was true. Catherine turned to Alexander, her expression warmer now. Well, welcome to the family, Alexander. I hope you know what you're getting into. The Lancasters are intense. I'm starting to figure that out, Alexander said with a smile. But I like a challenge. Good. You'll need that attitude. She linked her arm through his with easy familiarity. Come on, I'll show you to your room. You'll be in the East Wing, 2nd floor. It's one of our nicer guest suites, and it has a lovely view of the gardens. As they walked through the house, Catherine kept up a steady stream of conversation pointing out family photos, explaining the history of various pieces of furniture, asking polite questions about Alexander's business and his interests. It was a masterclass in upper-class hospitality, making him feel welcomed while simultaneously reminding him that he was a guest in their world. The guest suite was indeed lovely. Spacious bedroom with a king-size bed, attached bathroom with marble everything, a sitting area with bay windows overlooking gardens that probably required a PhD in horticulture to maintain. You'll be comfortable here, Catherine said, gesturing around. Fresh towels in the bathroom, Wi-Fi password is on the desk. Dinner is at 7 sharp. Richard is very punctual about meals. Dress code is business casual. Nothing too formal for family dinners. Thank you, Mrs. Lancaster. This is beautiful. Please, call me Catherine. We're family now. She paused at the door, her expression growing more serious. Alexander, can I speak frankly? Of course. I don't know what's really going on between you and my daughter. The timeline is suspicious, the circumstances are unusual, and my husband isn't the only one with doubts. She held up a hand when he started to protest. But I'm choosing to trust Caroline's judgment. She's made mistakes, but she's not stupid. If she chose you, if she married you, I have to believe there's a good reason. Just please don't break her heart. She's more fragile than she pretends to be. I won't, Alexander said, and he was surprised to find he meant it. I care about Caroline. I'll treat her well. See that you do? Catherine smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. I'll leave you to settle in. Caroline's room is just down the hall, third door on the left. I assume you'll want to coordinate before dinner. She left, and Alexander stood alone in this beautiful guest room, in this beautiful house, surrounded by the trappings of a life he'd never quite achieved despite his own considerable success. He pulled out his phone. 3 missed calls from VP, 7 texts from his friends demanding details, an email from his assistant asking when he'd be back in the office. He ignored all of it and texted Caroline, "Your dad is terrifying." "How'd I do?" Her response came immediately. "You did fine. He's still suspicious, but you didn't completely bomb. Meet me in my room in 10? Third door on the left? Your mom told you? She's perceptive. Seems to think we might need to coordinate. She's not wrong. We need to debrief before dinner. This is going to be a long night." Alexander changed out of his suit into something more casual, slacks and a button-down, no tie, and made his way down the hall to the third door on the left. He knocked quietly. Caroline opened it immediately, pulling him inside and closing the door behind them. Her room was not what he expected. He'd been braced for something pristine and untouchable, a museum exhibit of her old life. Instead, it looked lived in, personal. Photos covered one wall, Caroline with friends, Caroline with Tommy, Caroline on various vacations looking young and carefree. Her bookshelf was packed with everything from classics to trashy romance novels. There was a vintage record player in one corner and crates of vinyl albums stacked beside it. This was the real Caroline, the one she'd been before the punishment, before the bookstore, before she'd married a stranger to escape her consequences. "So," she said, leaning against the closed door, "that was fun. Your dad is intense. That's putting it mildly. He was practically interviewing you for a board position. I've had worse interrogations." He's skeptical but not hostile. I can work with skeptical. Alexander moved to the window, looking out at the same gardens visible from his room. Your mom is more worried. She knows something's off. Mom always knows. She's got this sixth sense for when people are lying. But she's also more willing to give me the benefit of the doubt. Caroline sank onto her bed, suddenly looking exhausted. We made it through the first test. Now we just have to survive dinner with the whole family. The whole family? Tommy will be here. And probably my grandmother. She lives in the carriage house on the property. And knowing my father, he's probably invited my Uncle David just to have another person interrogating you. She rubbed her temples. This is going to be a nightmare? Hey. Alexander sat down next to her on the bed. Not too close, but close enough to be reassuring. We've got this. We made it through the hard part. Your dad didn't immediately throw me out or annul the marriage. That's a win. He's still suspicious. You heard him. If this falls apart, there will be consequences. Then we make sure it doesn't fall apart. We play our parts. We're convincing. And in 6 months, we walk away with what we both needed. He paused. Unless, are you having second thoughts? About the marriage? About lying to my family? About legally binding myself to a stranger for half a year? Which part would I be having second thoughts about? Any of it? All of it. Caroline was quiet for a long moment, staring at her hands, at the ring on her finger. I keep thinking about what my grandmother used to tell me. She'd say, "Caroline, You can lie to everyone else in the world, but don't ever lie to yourself. That's how you lose who you are. And I'm lying to everyone, including myself. I keep telling myself, this is fine, this is strategic, this is just 6 months, and then it's over. But what if it's not fine? What if we get caught? What if someone figures it out and everything falls apart and I end up worse off than I started? Alexander didn't have an answer for that. Because she was right. They were taking a huge risk. They were lying to their families, manipulating the people who cared about them, all for their own selfish reasons. But backing out now wasn't an option. Not for him, not for her. They were committed. Legally, publicly, irrevocably committed. We don't get caught, he said finally. We're careful, we're consistent, we stick to our story. And in 6 months, when this is over, you'll have your life back, and I'll have won my bet, and we can both move forward. You make it sound so simple. It is simple. We just have to not screw it up. She laughed, but it sounded bitter. Right. Don't screw up. Easy. A knock at the door made them both jump. Tommy's voice came through. Tori? You in there? Caroline stood up quickly, smoothing her dress. Come in. The door opened and Tommy stepped inside, stopping short when he saw Alexander. Oh, you're here. Tommy, this is Alexander. Alexander? My brother Tommy. The two men sized each other up in that way men do when they're both protective of the same woman. Tommy was younger, leaner, with the same sharp eyes as his sister, but softer features. He wore jeans and a casual shirt, clearly more comfortable in his own home than Alexander was. So you're the guy who married my sister, after knowing her for 36 hours. Tommy's voice was carefully neutral, not hostile, but definitely not friendly. Guilty. Though in my defense, your sister is very persuasive when she wants something. Don't I know it? She once convinced me to take the blame for crashing Dad's golf cart when I was 12. Got me grounded for a month while she went to Paris with her friends. In my defense, you crashed it worse when you actually drove it 2 years later, Caroline interjected. I was doing you a favor, building up your immunity to punishment. That's not how immunity works. Watching them bicker was oddly endearing. It was the first time Alexander had seen Caroline completely relaxed, dropping the performance and just being herself with someone she trusted. So, Tommy said eventually, turning his attention back to Alexander. You love my sister? I do. And you're going to treat her well? Not hurt her? Not take advantage of her? Not break her heart? I'm going to do my best to make her happy. Tommy studied him for another moment, then seemed to come to some kind of decision. Okay, but if you mess this up, if you hurt her, if you turn out to be some kind of con artist or gold digger, I will make your life miserable. Just so we're clear, crystal clear, good. Tommy's expression softened slightly. Welcome to the family, I guess. Fair warning, dinner tonight is going to be a circus. Grandma's coming, Uncle David's coming, and Dad's probably going to grill you for another hour just to make sure you're not secretly a criminal. I'll manage. You'd better. Tori needs this to work. He shot his sister a meaningful look. She needs to come home. She's been miserable in that apartment. I haven't been miserable, Caroline protested. You called me crying last week because your hot water wasn't working and you had to shower at the gym. That was a moment of weakness. You've been having a lot of those lately. Tommy moved to the door. I'll see you both at dinner. Try to look like you're actually in love, okay? Grandma will eat it up, but Uncle David will see right through any fake stuff. He left, and Caroline immediately flopped back onto her bed with a groan. This is a disaster. This is fine. We're fine. Your brother likes me. My brother is reserving judgment. There's a difference. She sat up, looking at him seriously. Alexander, we need to be perfect tonight. Not just good, perfect. My grandmother is a romantic. She'll want to hear the whole story. Every detail. Uncle David is a lawyer and a skeptic. He'll be looking for holes in our timeline. And my father is still suspicious. One wrong answer, one inconsistent detail, and this whole thing falls apart. Then we'd better get our story perfect. Alexander stood, offering her his hand. Come on, we've got 2 hours before dinner. Let's rehearse. They spent the next hour going over every detail again. First date, second date, the proposal, what they'd said to each other, how they felt, what made them certain this was right. They quizzed each other on personal details, favorite foods, childhood memories, dreams for the future. They practiced looking at each other with affection instead of calculation, smiling naturally instead of strategically. It was exhausting. Acting was exhausting in a way that running a company never was. Okay, Caroline said finally, checking her watch. We've got 30 minutes. I need to change. You need to, I don't know, mentally prepare for meeting my grandmother. She's going to ask you very personal questions, and she won't be shy about it. How personal are we talking? Last time I brought someone home, she asked him within 5 minutes if he wanted children and how many. Then she asked about his views on prenuptial agreements and whether he'd be comfortable living in New York long-term. That's thorough. That's Grandma. She doesn't believe in wasting time with pleasantries when she can get right to the important stuff. Caroline moved to her closet, pulling out a different dress. Now get out. I need to change, and I'm not doing it in front of you, husband or not. Alexander retreated to his own room, changed his shirt, checked his appearance in the mirror. He looked fine, respectable, successful, like someone who made rational decisions and didn't marry strangers on dares. The image in the mirror was a lie. But then again, everything about the past 48 hours had been a lie. What was one more? His phone buzzed. VP, naturally. VP. How's married life? Met the in-laws yet? Alexander stared at the message. His friends thought this was hilarious. They thought he was playing some elaborate game, proving a point, winning a bet. They had no idea he was currently standing in a guest room in the Hamptons, preparing to lie to an entire family about his feelings for their daughter, all while trying to figure out how he'd gotten himself into this situation in the first place. He typed back, "Married life is great. In-laws are intense but manageable. Talk later." Then he turned off his phone completely. Whatever happened tonight, he needed to be fully present. No distractions, no divided attention. Just him and Caroline, playing the roles of their lives. A soft knock on his door. Caroline, now wearing a different dress, dark blue, elegant. The kind of thing that said, "I'm sophisticated and put together," without trying too hard. "Ready?" she asked. "Ready as I'll ever be. Remember, we're in love. Madly, deeply, stupidly in love. The kind of love that makes people do crazy things like get married after 2 days." Got it. Madly in love with my beautiful, brilliant wife who makes me want to be a better person. Perfect. That's exactly the right tone. She hesitated, then reached out and straightened his collar even though it wasn't crooked. "Thank you. For doing this. For being so good at the performance. I know this isn't easy. You're not so bad yourself." He caught her hand, held it for a moment. "We're a good team, Caroline. Even if this is all fake, we're good at faking it together. Highest compliment I've ever received." They walked downstairs together, hand in hand, into a dining room where Caroline's entire family was waiting to judge, assess, and potentially destroy the elaborate fiction they'd spent the last 2 days constructing. Game faces on, lies polished, story rehearsed, time to perform. The dining room was exactly what you'd expect from a family that had been wealthy for generations, a table that could seat 20, crystal chandeliers that probably cost more than a small car, and place settings with more forks than any reasonable person could need. Alexander had been to plenty of fancy dinners. He'd closed deals over Wagyu beef and negotiated contracts over wine that cost more per bottle than most people's car payments. But this was different. This wasn't business. This was personal. And every person sitting at that table was evaluating him not as a potential partner, but as someone who'd claimed ownership of something precious to them. Caroline squeezed his hand as they entered, and he squeezed back. Teamwork. That's what they'd agreed on. They were in this together. Richard sat at the head of the table naturally. Catherine was to his right. Tommy was already seated, phone in hand, until his mother gave him a look that made him put it away. And there were two other people Alexander hadn't met yet. The first was a woman in her 80s, elegantly dressed in lavender, with Caroline's same sharp eyes but softened by age, and what looked like genuine warmth. She was sipping wine and watching the door like she'd been waiting impatiently for them to arrive. The second was a man in his 50s, gray-haired and sharp-featured, wearing a suit that screamed expensive lawyer. He had a tablet in front of him and the expression of someone who was already forming arguments. There they are. The elderly woman stood up with surprising energy for someone her age. The newlyweds. Come here, let me see you properly. Grandma, this is Alexander. Alexander, this is my grandmother, Eleanor Lancaster. Caroline led him over, and Eleanor immediately pulled him into a hug that was both warm and... Assessing, she was definitely feeling the quality of his suit fabric. So you're the young man who swept my granddaughter off her feet. Eleanor pulled back, studying his face with those keen eyes. You're handsome, I'll give you that. Good bone structure. Nice smile when you use it. You look like someone who takes care of himself, but isn't obsessed with his appearance. That's good vanity in a man is tiresome. Thank you, Mrs. Lancaster. It's wonderful to meet you. Caroline's told me you're the backbone of this family. Did she now? That's diplomatic of her. Eleanor's smile was knowing. And you can call me Eleanor or Grandma if you're feeling bold. We're family now, after all. The jury's still out on that, Mother, the man with the tablet said dryly. He stood, extending a hand to Alexander. David Lancaster, I'm Richard's younger brother and the family's legal counsel, which means it's my job to make sure this marriage is legitimate and in everyone's best interests. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Alexander shook his hand firmly. I assure you everything is completely legal. We have the marriage certificate. We followed all proper procedures. Oh, I don't doubt it's legal. What I doubt is the timing, the motivation, and the longevity. David gestured to a seat. But we can discuss that over dinner. I find people are more honest when they're well-fed. They all took their seats, Alexander and Caroline side by side, across from Tommy, with Eleanor to Caroline's other side and David next to Alexander. Strategic placement, clearly. Surrounded by family members who could observe every interaction, every gesture, every moment of potential fakery. Catherine rang a small bell, and staff appeared with the first course, some kind of soup that smelled amazing and probably had a French name Alexander wouldn't be able to pronounce. So, Eleanor said the moment everyone had their soup, tell me everything. How you met, how you fell in love, why you decided to get married so quickly. And don't skip the romantic parts. I'm old. I need vicarious excitement. Caroline laughed, and it sounded almost genuine. We met at the bookstore where I've been working. Alexander came in looking for a book recommendation, and I was not particularly friendly. You told me to stop wasting your time, Alexander added with a smile, playing his part. You looked at me like I was the most annoying person you'd ever met. You were being annoying. You had that whole rich guy who thinks charm will get him anything vibe going on. I do not have that vibe. You absolutely have that vibe. They were bickering, playful, and Alexander realized this part was actually kind of easy, because Caroline was sharp and quick and kept him on his toes, and bantering with her was more fun than it probably should be. But he grew on me, Caroline continued, reaching over to take his hand on the table. He came back the next day, and the day after that, always with some excuse about needing to find the perfect book. And finally, I told him if he was going to keep bothering me, He should at least buy me dinner. Best decision I ever made, Alexander said, looking at her with what he hoped was convincing affection. We went to Le Cygne Noir. That's your favorite, isn't it, Tori? Eleanor interrupted, delighted. Oh, he did his research. Smart man. And we talked for hours. About everything. About life. About dreams. About what we wanted from the future. Alexander was surprised by how easily the lies flowed now. And I remember thinking, this is it. This is what everyone talks about. That feeling of meeting someone and just knowing they're going to change your life. That's beautiful, Eleanor said, practically glowing. Catherine, isn't that beautiful? Catherine smiled, but it was strained. It's very romantic. Perhaps a bit rushed, but romantic. Rushed? Eleanor waved a dismissive hand. Your father proposed to me after 1 week. 1 week! And we were married for 57 years before he passed. Sometimes when you know, you know. Grandma, that was different, Tommy interjected. That was the 1960s. People got married fast back then because there were different social expectations. Love is love, regardless of the decade. Eleanor turned her attention back to Alexander. So you proposed at the restaurant? On your first date? No, actually, I proposed on our 4th date. Alexander had their timeline memorized. We'd been seeing each other for about a week at that point. I kept thinking about waiting, about doing it properly, with more time and planning. But then Caroline said something that just clicked for me. What did I say? Caroline asked, genuinely curious. They hadn't rehearsed this specific detail. Alexander had to improvise. You said you were tired of living your life according to other people's expectations, that you wanted to make choices that were yours, not anyone else's. And I realized that's exactly how I felt. So I bought a ring, went back to the restaurant, and asked you to marry me right there. It was a good story, a believable story, and the way Caroline was looking at him now with surprise and something that might have been respect for his quick thinking made it feel almost real. And you said yes immediately? David asked, his tone skeptical. No hesitation? No, let me think about it. I said yes immediately, Caroline confirmed. Because he was right. When you know, you know. And I knew. Knew what, exactly? David pressed. Knew you loved him? Knew he was financially stable? Knew he could get you out of your father's punishment? The table went silent. Catherine gasped. Tommy looked furious. Richard's expression was unreadable. David? Eleanor said sharply. That's quite enough. It's a fair question, David continued, undeterred. Caroline was sentenced to 6 months of working as a normal person to learn responsibility. Part of that sentence included finding a suitable marriage partner. And, conveniently, 3 months into her punishment, she suddenly meets and marries a wealthy tech CEO. You don't think that timing is suspicious? Uncle David? That's not, Caroline started. But Alexander cut her off. You're absolutely right to be suspicious, he said calmly, looking directly at David. The timing is suspicious. Caroline was in a difficult situation, and I'm a solution to that situation. On paper, it looks transactional, calculated. Caroline's hand tightened on his, warning him to be careful. But Alexander knew what he was doing. Sometimes the best lie contained a seed of truth. But here's what you're missing, he continued. Yes, I'm helping Caroline get her life back. Yes, marrying me satisfies her father's requirements. But she's also helping me. I'm 32 years old. I've spent the last decade building a company and ignoring everything else in my life. My friends have been telling me for years that I'm too focused on work, that I need to learn how to commit to something other than quarterly earnings reports. Caroline challenges me. She makes me think about things differently. She's teaching me to be less rigid, less controlled, more spontaneous. He paused, making sure he had everyone's attention. So yes, we're helping each other. But that doesn't make it fake. That makes it a partnership. And isn't that what a good marriage should be? Two people who make each other better. The silence that followed was different this time. Thoughtful instead of tense. Well said, Eleanor pronounced, nodding approvingly. I like him, Caroline. He's smart and he doesn't back down from difficult questions. Those are good qualities in a husband. Thank you, Grandma. Don't thank me yet. I have about 40 more questions. Eleanor leaned forward conspiratorially. Do you want children? Caroline choked on her water. Grandma! What? It's a reasonable question. I want to know if I'm going to get great-grandchildren out of this arrangement. We haven't really discussed that yet, Alexander said diplomatically. We've been married for approximately 48 hours. We're still figuring out living arrangements. Speaking of which, Richard interjected, speaking for the first time since they'd sat down. Where will you be living? My penthouse in Manhattan. 3 bedrooms. Plenty of space. Caroline can set up an office, a studio, whatever she needs. And her position at the bookstore? She can quit whenever she wants. The punishment was to learn responsibility and find a suitable partner. She's done both. Alexander looked at Richard directly. Sir, I understand you don't trust this yet. You don't know me. You don't know if I'm good enough for your daughter. But I'm asking you to give me a chance to prove myself. Let Caroline come home not just physically, but back into the family. And if I turn out to be a disappointment, if I fail to treat her well or live up to your standards, then you can extend whatever consequences you feel are appropriate. Richard studied him for a long moment. You're very confident for someone who's essentially asking permission after the fact. I'm confident because I know my intentions are good. I can't control how you perceive me, but I can control my actions, and I intend to be the kind of husband Caroline deserves. Which is what, exactly? Someone who respects her intelligence. Someone who challenges her to be her best self. Someone who doesn't try to control her or change her, but who supports her in becoming whoever she wants to be. Alexander paused. And someone who makes her laugh, because she has a great laugh and doesn't use it nearly enough. Caroline was staring at him now with an expression he couldn't quite read. Surprise, maybe, or something more complicated. That's actually really sweet, Tommy said, sounding reluctantly impressed. It's very sweet, Catherine agreed, and her smile was warmer now. Richard, I think we should give them our blessing. Officially. Richard was quiet for another long moment. Then he picked up his wine glass. To Caroline and Alexander, may your marriage be everything you both hope it will be, and may you prove me wrong about my suspicions. It wasn't exactly a ringing endorsement, but everyone raised their glasses and drank. Small victory. The rest of dinner passed more smoothly. Eleanor regaled them with stories about her own whirlwind romance with Richard's father. Catherine asked Alexander about his company and seemed genuinely interested in the answers. Tommy warmed up considerably after a few glasses of wine and started telling embarrassing stories about Caroline as a child. David remained skeptical but quiet, making notes on his tablet occasionally, but not pushing any more uncomfortable questions. And through it all, Alexander and Caroline played their parts. They held hands when appropriate, shared private smiles, finished each other's sentences in that way couples do when they've been together long enough to know each other's rhythms. They were convincing because they had to be, because everything depended on this performance. But somewhere around dessert, a chocolate mousse that was probably illegal in some countries for how good it was, Alexander realized something unsettling. The performance was getting easier. Too easy. He was starting to enjoy Caroline's company not because she was helping him win a bet, but because she was genuinely interesting, smart and funny, and surprisingly vulnerable when her family wasn't watching. And that was dangerous, because the whole point of this arrangement was that it was temporary, strategic, emotionally neutral. Emotions were not supposed to be part of the equation. After dinner, Eleanor cornered them in the sitting room while everyone else was having coffee. "Walk with me," she commanded, linking her arms through both of theirs. "I want to show you something." She led them through the house to a small study that was clearly her. personal space filled with books and photographs and the comfortable clutter of a life. Well lived. Sit, she ordered, pointing to a small sofa. They sat. Eleanor settled into an armchair across from them, studying them with those sharp eyes that missed nothing. I'm going to tell you something, and I want you to listen carefully. Both of you. Okay, Caroline said cautiously. I don't believe you. Eleanor's voice was matter-of-fact. I don't believe you fell madly in love in a week. I don't believe this is a grand romance. And I certainly don't believe either of you have any idea what you're actually doing. Caroline went pale. Alexander felt his heart rate spike. They'd been caught. Game over. But, Eleanor continued, holding up a hand, I also don't think you're bad people. I think you're two confused young people who made an impulsive decision for complicated reasons. And I think that despite the questionable foundation, you might actually have a chance at making something real out of this mess. Grandma, Caroline started. Hush. I'm not done. Eleanor leaned forward. When I married your grandfather, everyone thought it was too fast. My parents were horrified. His family thought I was a gold digger, which was hilarious, because we had more money than they did. But we got married anyway, because we were stubborn and young and thought we knew everything. She paused, a small smile on her face. And you know what? The first year was hell. We fought constantly. We had no idea how to actually be married. We almost divorced twice. But we stuck it out. And somewhere in all that fighting and struggling, we fell in love. Real love. Not the infatuation we'd mistaken for love at the beginning. Why are you telling us this? Alexander asked. Because I see the same thing in you two. You're not in love yet. But you could be if you're brave enough to let it happen. She looked at Caroline. And you, my darling granddaughter, need to stop running from consequences and start running toward something meaningful. This man, she gestured at Alexander, might not be who you planned for. But sometimes the best things in life are the ones we don't plan. And me? Alexander asked. You need to stop treating life like a business transaction. Not everything can be optimized and strategized. Sometimes you have to take a real risk, not a calculated one. She stood up, suddenly looking tired. Now I'm going to keep your secret. I won't tell Richard or David or anyone else that I have doubts. But in exchange, you're going to promise me something. What? Caroline asked. Give this a real chance. Not just 6 months of pretending. Actually try to build something genuine. Because you've already lied to everyone else. The least you can do is be honest with each other. Eleanor moved to the door, then paused. And come visit me once a week. I get lonely in that carriage house, and I'd like to get to know my grandson-in-law properly. She left, and Caroline immediately buried her face in her hands. Oh my God, she knows. Grandma knows everything. She's not going to tell anyone. That's not the point. The point is, we're not as convincing as we thought we were. If Grandma saw through us, who else is going to figure it out? Caroline. Alexander gently pulled her hands away from her face. Your grandmother is like 85 years old and has probably seen every type of human behavior imaginable. She's an outlier. Everyone else bought it. Did they? Or are they just being polite while they gather evidence? You're spiraling. I'm being realistic. She stood up, pacing. This is so much harder than I thought it would be. Lying to my family, pretending to be in love, trying to remember all our fake details. And now my grandmother is giving us advice about making it real, which is insane because it can't be real. This is temporary. This is 6 months, and then we're done. Alexander watched her pace, watched her unravel slightly, and felt that uncomfortable twist in his chest again. Because she was right, this was harder than expected, but not for the reasons she was saying. What if we did what your grandmother suggested? He said quietly. Caroline stopped pacing. What? What if we actually tried? Not to fall in love, that's not something you can force. But just tried to be real with each other, honest about what we're feeling, what we're struggling with. Partners, like I said at dinner. We are partners. That's literally the whole arrangement. Business partners? Yes. But maybe we could be actual friends. Maybe that would make this easier. Caroline stared at him for a long moment. Friends with my husband, who I'm planning to divorce in 6 months. That's your brilliant plan? Better than enemies with your husband, who you're planning to divorce in 6 months. Despite everything, she laughed. Fair point. She sat back down next to him, suddenly looking exhausted. I'm sorry. I'm just stressed. Today was a lot. Meeting my family, the interrogation, trying to remember all our lies. I feel like I'm constantly one wrong word away from disaster. I know. Me too. Alexander hesitated, then made a decision. Can I tell you something true? Not part of the performance, just actual honesty? Okay, I like you. Not because you're helping me win a bet. Not because this arrangement is convenient. I genuinely like talking to you. You're interesting and challenging, and you don't let me get away with anything. And these past 2 days, despite all the chaos and lying, have been more interesting than the last 6 months of my life. Caroline was quiet for a moment. Then, I like you too, which is annoying because it would be so much easier if you were boring or terrible. But you're actually decent, good at the performance, but also just a good person, I think. High praise. Don't let it go to your head. But she was smiling now, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. So what, we're friends now? Husband and wife and also friends? Is that so weird? It's definitely weird. But then again, everything about this situation is weird. She leaned back against the sofa, suddenly looking younger and more vulnerable. Can I tell you something true too? Please. I'm scared. Not just about getting caught or disappointing my family. I'm scared that at the end of 6 months, I'll go back to my old life and realize it doesn't fit anymore. That I've changed, and I can't go back to being the person I was before. Would that be so bad? That person crashed a $48 million Ferrari and live-streamed an illegal street race. That person was also fun, carefree. She didn't worry about consequences or think about the future. She just lived in the moment and enjoyed life. And this person? Alexander asked gently. The one sitting here right now, who worked at a bookstore for 3 months and learned to show up on time? Who is she? I don't know yet. That's what scares me. They sat in silence for a moment, both of them processing this unexpected honesty, this crack in the performance that revealed actual human beings underneath. For what it's worth, Alexander said eventually, I think you're better than the person who crashed the Ferrari. More interesting, at least. That person sounds exhausting to be around. Caroline laughed, surprised. She was exhausting. I was exhausting. My friends were exhausting. Everything was always turned up to 11. Always dramatic. Always chaotic. I thought that was what life was supposed to be. And now? Now I'm married to a stranger and lying to my family and trying to figure out who I am when I'm not just my father's disappointment or my grandmother's wild granddaughter. She looked at him. You know what the weirdest part is? What? I think I might actually be happy. Not all the time, not when I'm stressed about getting caught. But right now, sitting here talking to you, I'm happy. And I don't know what to do with that. Alexander didn't know what to do with that either. Because he was happy too. And that wasn't part of the plan. Happiness complicated things. Happiness led to attachment. And attachment led to pain when this inevitably ended. But sitting here on this sofa in Eleanor's study, with Caroline looking at him with those complicated eyes, he couldn't quite make himself care about the complications. Maybe we just let ourselves be happy, he suggested. For 6 months, and then we worry about the rest later. That's not very strategic of you. I'm learning that some things can't be strategized. Your friends would be so disappointed in you. My friends are idiots who bet $250,000 on whether I could get married in 48 hours. I don't think they're qualified to judge my life choices. Caroline grinned. Okay, that's fair. They do sound like idiots. A knock on the door interrupted them. Tommy stuck his head in. "Hey, Mom wants to know if you guys are staying the night or heading back to the city?" Caroline looked at Alexander. They hadn't discussed this. The plan had been to stay, to spend the night playing the happy couple in her childhood home. But suddenly Alexander wanted to leave, wanted to get back to neutral territory where the performance was easier, where they weren't surrounded by people who knew Caroline better than he did. "Actually," Caroline said before he could answer, "I think we're going to head back. We have some things to sort out at the apartment. Sorry, the penthouse. Getting my stuff moved in and organized." "On a Sunday night?" "We're newlyweds, Tommy. We want privacy." She gave him a meaningful look, and Tommy's face went red. "Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll tell Mom." He disappeared quickly. "Smooth," Alexander said. "I have my moments." Caroline stood up, offering him her hand. "Come on, husband. Let's go home." Home. The word hung in the air between them, meaning something different than it had 2 days ago. Because now they actually had a home together, his penthouse that would become their penthouse for the next 6 months. A shared space where they'd have to navigate not just the performance, but actual daily life together. They said their goodbyes. Catherine insisted on packing them leftover dessert. Eleanor demanded a promise for a visit next week. Richard gave Alexander one final warning look that clearly said, "Don't screw this up." And Tommy gave Caroline a long hug that included whispered words Alexander couldn't hear, but that made Caroline's eyes get suspiciously shiny. Then they were in the car, driving back to the city in the dark, exhausted from a day of performing and lying, and accidentally being real with each other. "Thank you," Caroline said quietly, about halfway through the drive. "For today, for dealing with my family, for being so good at this. You're good at it too. We're both good liars. What a foundation for a marriage. Better than being bad liars. At least we're competent at our dysfunction." She laughed, and they drove the rest of the way in comfortable silence. No performance necessary. Just two people who'd made a terrible decision together and were somehow, against all odds, managing not to completely destroy each other in the process. When they finally reached his building, their building now, the doorman greeted them with enthusiasm. "Mr. Carrington. And you must be Mrs. Carrington. Welcome home, ma'am. Congratulations on your marriage, Mrs. Carrington." Another reminder that this was real, at least legally, that they'd actually done this insane thing. The penthouse was exactly as Alexander had left it that morning, pristine, modern, with floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing Manhattan at night. It was beautiful and empty, and exactly the kind of place a successful person with no real emotional life would live. "So," Caroline said, standing in the middle of the living room, "this is home. Your bedroom is down that hall, second door. It has its own bathroom, a walk-in closet, and the same view as mine. I already had housekeeping put fresh linens on the bed and stocked the bathroom with essentials. Very thoughtful. I'm a thoughtful fake husband. The best kind." They stood there awkwardly for a moment, neither quite sure how to end this day. In a real marriage, they'd probably kiss goodnight. Maybe more than kiss. But this wasn't real, and they had boundaries, and neither of them knew quite how to navigate this weird space they'd created. "Well," Caroline said eventually, "I should probably sleep. Today was exhausting." "Yeah, me too." Alexander moved toward his bedroom, then paused. "Caroline? Yeah? Your grandmother was right about giving this a real chance. Not the falling in love part. That's still not what this is. But the being honest with each other part. I think if we're going to survive 6 months living together, we need to actually be able to talk to each other. Be real." "Agreed." She smiled, tired but genuine. "Good night, Alexander." "Good night, Caroline." They went to their separate bedrooms, closing doors on the first day of their actual marriage. And as Alexander lay in bed staring at the ceiling, He thought about Eleanor's words, about giving this a real chance, about being brave enough to let something unexpected happen. He'd made this bet because he was bored, because he wanted to prove he could commit to something difficult, because his pride wouldn't let him back down from a challenge. But lying there in the dark, he wondered if maybe he'd accidentally committed to something more complicated than he'd bargained for. Because Caroline Lancaster was more than just a solution to a problem. She was a person flawed and struggling and trying to figure out who she was supposed to be. And he was starting to care about what happened to her, starting to want her to be happy, not just for the 6 months of their arrangement, but genuinely happy. That was dangerous territory. That was exactly the kind of complication they'd agreed to avoid. But as he finally drifted off to sleep, Alexander couldn't quite convince himself that avoiding complications was actually what he wanted anymore. Sometimes the most interesting things in life were the ones you didn't plan for, the ones that surprised you, the ones that forced you to grow in ways you never expected. He just hoped they both survived whatever they were. Accidentally building together. The first morning of actually living together started with a near collision in the Kit Carrington at 6:15 a.m. Alexander was already dressed in his running gear shorts, moisture-wicking shirt, expensive shoes that cost more than Caroline's monthly bookstore salary when he walked into the Kit Carrington to grab a water bottle. What he found instead was Caroline, standing in front of the open refrigerator in an oversized T-shirt that probably belonged to her brother, her hair a mess, squinting at the contents like they'd personally offended her. "There's no food," she said, without turning around. "Good morning to you, too." "I'm serious. There's like yogurt and some weird green juice and what I think might be egg whites in a container. Where's the actual food?" "That is actual food." She turned to look at him, and her expression was genuinely horrified. "This is what you eat? This is how you live?" "I eat healthy. I have a nutritionist who delivers meals 3 times a week. The rest of the time I eat out or order in." Alexander grabbed a water bottle from the fridge. "What did you expect?" "I expected at least some bread. Maybe eggs that aren't separated from their yolks. Coffee that doesn't come from a machine that looks like it requires an engineering degree to operate." She closed the fridge with more force than necessary. "I can't live like this, Alexander. I need carbs. I need caffeine that doesn't taste like it's judging my life choices." Despite the early hour, Alexander found himself smiling. "There's a coffee shop 2 blocks down. They open at 6. I'll show you on my way out for my run." "Your run." "Of course you run. Of course you're one of those people who willingly exercises before the sun is properly up. It's a good way to start the day. Clears the head. Gets the blood flowing. You know what else clears the head? Sleeping until a reasonable hour, like 8, or possibly 9. You worked at a bookstore that opened at 7 a.m., and I hated every single second of it." Caroline rubbed her face with both hands. "Okay, coffee shop, 2 blocks. I can manage that. Do I need to get dressed? Or is it the kind of place where showing up in an oversized shirt and yesterday's mascara is acceptable? In Manhattan? You could show up in a ball gown or pajamas and no one would blink. Perfect. Don't wait up. I might stop at an actual grocery store and buy things that contain sugar and butter and all the other ingredients you've apparently banned from your life." Alexander left her in the Kit Carrington, still grumbling about his lack of proper food, and headed out for his run. But as he pounded through the early morning streets, watching the city wake up around him, he couldn't stop thinking about the image of Caroline in his Kit Carrington, hair messy and completely comfortable, complaining about his life choices like she'd been living there for years instead of hours. This was going to be interesting. Very, very interesting. By the time he got back, 5 miles completed, endorphins flowing, the penthouse smelled like heaven. Actual heaven. Butter and coffee, and something sweet and warm that made his mouth water. Caroline was in the Kit Carrington, now wearing actual clothes leggings and another oversized shirt, her hair pulled back in a messy bun. And she was cooking. Actually cooking, with a pan on the stove and ingredients spread across his pristine marble countertop. "What are you doing?" he asked, probably sounding more alarmed than the situation warranted. "Making breakfast. Real breakfast. The kind that doesn't come pre-portioned in a sad little container." She flipped something in the pancakes, he realized. She was making pancakes. "I hope you're not too attached to your clean eating plan, because I bought enough contraband to feed us for a week." Contraband? Flour, sugar, real butter, chocolate chips, bacon, and before you say anything about nitrates and sodium, I don't want to hear it. Sometimes a person needs bacon, Alexander. That's just a fact of life. He should probably be annoyed. This was his kitchen, his space, his carefully maintained routine. But watching Caroline move around with easy confidence, humming under her breath while she cooked, he found he didn't mind at all. "You cook?" he asked, moving closer to see what she was making. "I do a lot of things you probably don't know about. Cooking, for instance. My grandmother taught me when I was little. She said relying entirely on other people to feed you was a sign of helplessness. And Lancasters were many things, but never helpless." Caroline slid a pancake onto a plate. "So yes, I can cook. And I'm good at it. Better than good, actually. I'm excellent." She wasn't wrong. The pancake was perfect golden brown, fluffy, with chocolate chips melted just enough to be gooey. She added 2 more, then bacon, then slid the plate across the counter to him. "Eat. You just ran 5 miles. You need actual calories." She poured him coffee. Real coffee, that she'd apparently made in his complicated machine despite her earlier complaints, and fixed herself a plate. They ate standing, at the kitchen island, both too hungry and too comfortable to bother moving to the dining table. And Alexander had to admit this was better than his usual breakfast of egg whites and yogurt. Significantly better. "This is really good," he said around a mouthful of pancake. "I know. I'm talented." But she looked pleased by the compliment. "So what's your plan for today? More running? Intimidating business calls? Checking your stock portfolio obsessively?" "I have to go into the office for a few hours. Board meeting at 10. Then I thought I'd come back around 2, and we could start moving your stuff from the studio apartment." "Oh." Caroline set down her coffee cup. "Right, moving. That's happening today. Unless you want to keep paying rent on a place you're not living in." "No, you're right. It's just weird. I've only been there 3 months, but it became sort of home. A terrible, uncomfortable home with unreliable hot water and loud neighbors. But still. You can bring whatever you want here. Furniture, decorations, whatever makes you feel comfortable. This is your home now, too. For 6 months. Right? For 6 months." Alexander paused. "But still, while you're here, you should feel at home." They finished breakfast in comfortable silence, and Alexander found himself not wanting to leave for the office, which was ridiculous. He loved his work. He lived for board meetings and strategy sessions and the constant challenge of building something bigger and better. But today, leaving Caroline in his Kit Carrington felt wrong somehow. Like he was missing out on something more interesting than quarterly projections. "I should shower," he said finally. "Meeting starts at 10. Go. Be impressive and corporate. I'll clean up here and then probably explore the neighborhood. Maybe find a bookstore that doesn't make me want to stab myself with a bookmark. There's a good one on Columbus. I'll text you the address. You read? I'm not a complete Philistine, Caroline. I read, let me guess, business books, self-help, maybe some historical biographies of other successful men you want to emulate. She wasn't entirely wrong, which was annoying. I also read fiction sometimes. Name the last novel you read. Actual novel, not something assigned in college. Alexander tried to remember. Came up blank. Point taken. I'll work on that. I'll make you a list. Consider it part of your cultural education as my husband. She started gathering dishes. Now go shower. You smell like exercise and ambition. He left her cleaning up. She'd refused his offer to help. Said she had a system, and tried very hard not to think about the fact that having her in his space felt natural, easy, like she'd always been there, filling up the empty corners of his pristine penthouse with noise and life and the smell of real food. This was supposed to be temporary, a business arrangement, 6 months, and then back to his regularly scheduled life. So why did the idea of going back to yogurt and egg whites and silent mornings suddenly feel less appealing than it should? The board meeting was tedious. Not because anything went wrong, his company was performing beautifully, growth was on track, investors were happy. It was tedious because Alexander kept checking his phone, waiting for texts from Caroline that didn't come, wondering what she was doing while he was stuck in a conference room discussing market penetration and competitive advantages. "Alexander, are you with us?" His CFO, a sharp woman in her 40s named Rachel, who took no prisoners, was looking at him with one eyebrow raised. "I've asked you twice about the Q4 projections." "Sorry. Q4 looks strong. We're projecting $32 million in revenue, up from $28 million last quarter. Profit margins should hold steady at 18%, possibly 19% if the Patterson deal closes as expected." "That's what I thought you'd say, which is why I was confused about why you were staring at your phone instead of paying attention." The rest of the board chuckled. Alexander felt his face heat up slightly. "Apologies. Some personal matters to attend to?" "Personal matters?" Rachel's expression shifted from annoyed to curious. "This wouldn't have anything to do with the wedding ring that mysteriously appeared on your finger, would it?" He'd forgotten about the ring, had been wearing it for 2 days, and had somehow forgotten that his entire board would notice. "I got married this weekend," he said, trying to sound casual about it. The room erupted. Questions flew from every direction. Who was she? How long had he known her? Why hadn't he mentioned he was seeing anyone? When was the wedding? Could they meet her? "Her name is Caroline," he said, holding up a hand for quiet. "We met recently. It was fast, but it felt right. And yes, before anyone asks, this won't affect my work or my commitment to the company." "Fast how?" Rachel asked. "Like months fast or weeks fast?" "Does it matter?" "It matters if our CEO made an impulsive decision that could impact his judgment or create personal complications that affect his ability to lead this company." She had a point. Alexander had spent a decade building this company, proving himself, establishing credibility. One questionable personal decision could undermine all of that if he wasn't careful. "Caroline is smart, independent, and completely supportive of my work," he said firmly. "This marriage strengthens me. It doesn't weaken me. And I'd appreciate if we could return to discussing Q4 projections instead of my personal life." Rachel studied him for a moment longer, then nodded. "Fair enough. But I want to meet her. Soon. If she's going to be part of your life, she's part of this company's ecosystem. I'll arrange something." They returned to business, but Alexander's mind was split now. Half focused on revenue projections and market analysis, half thinking about how he'd explain to Caroline that his board wanted to meet her, vet her, make sure she wasn't some gold digger or distraction that would derail their CEO's focus. This was getting complicated, more complicated than he'd anticipated. His phone buzzed during a break. Finally, a text from Caroline. "Caroline, found the bookstore. It's perfect. Also found a vintage record store that had a Miles Davis album I've been looking for. I might be in love, Caroline. With the album. Not with you. Just to be clear, Caroline, although you're growing on me like a fungus." Alexander found himself grinning at his phone like an idiot. Rachel noticed, of course. "She's funny," Rachel observed. "That's good. You need someone who can make you laugh. You're too serious most of the time. I'm appropriately serious for someone running an $80 million company. You're wound so tight you squeak when you walk. A little laughter won't kill you." She gathered her papers. "Bring her to the holiday party next month. Let us meet the woman who managed to get you down the aisle." "I'll ask her." "Don't ask." Tell her it's mandatory. Spouses are expected to attend. After the meeting finally ended 3 hours of his life he'd never get back, Alexander headed home. It was only 1:30, earlier than he'd planned, but the idea of spending the afternoon in his office doing paperwork when he could be helping Caroline move her things sounded miserable. When he walked into the penthouse, he found her in what was technically his study, unpacking a box of books. She'd changed into jeans and a soft sweater, and her hair was down now, falling in waves that caught the afternoon light. "You're back early," she said without looking up. Meeting ended sooner than expected. "How was your morning?" "Productive. I bought approximately $300 worth of books, found that Miles Davis album, and had excellent coffee at that shop you recommended." She pulled out another book, examined it, then added it to a growing pile on the floor. "Also, I may have accidentally told the barista we just got married and she gave us free pastries. So, I feel like we're really settling into this neighborhood." "You told a stranger we're married?" She noticed the rings and asked, "What was I supposed to say? Oh, these? Just part of an elaborate ruse to help us both escape our respective problems." Caroline finally looked at him. "Besides, we are married. That part's true. We might as well get free pastries out of it." "Fair point." Alexander loosened his tie, suddenly feeling overdressed in his office clothes. "You brought books here already?" "Just the first batch. I have about 6 more boxes at the studio. Turns out I'm a bit of a book hoarder." She gestured at the shelves lining the study walls. "You don't mind, do you? You said I could make this place feel like home." "I don't mind. Those shelves have been empty since I moved in. It's nice to see them actually used. Empty bookshelves should be illegal." "They're so sad." Caroline stood up, stretching. "Speaking of the studio, we should probably head over there soon if we want to get everything moved before dark. I already arranged for Tommy to help with the heavy stuff. He's meeting us there at 3. "You called your brother?" "He insisted. Said something about making sure you were actually treating me well and not keeping me locked in a tower." She grinned. "I told him you were perfectly acceptable as fake husbands go." "You told him it's fake?" "No, you idiot. I told him you were treating me well. The fake part was implied. In my head. Because I'm not actually an idiot who reveals our secrets to my overprotective brother." Alexander changed into jeans and a t-shirt, which earned him an appreciative look from Caroline that he pretended not to notice, and they headed to her studio apartment in the Lower East Side. The building was exactly what he'd expected from her descriptions. Old, not particularly well-maintained, with an elevator that made concerning noises and hallways that smelled like someone's cooking from 1987. Her apartment was on the 4th floor, a walk-up, because, of course, the elevator was broken. "Home sweet temporary home," Caroline announced, unlocking the door. The studio was tiny, probably 400 square feet, and that was being generous. There was a bed in one corner, a kit-carrying tonette that was barely functional, a bathroom that he could see was the size of a closet, and boxes. So many boxes. "You've been packing," he observed. "I started yesterday after we got back from dinner. Couldn't sleep. Figured I might as well be productive." She moved through the space with practiced ease, pointing at different boxes. "Books are marked with red tape. Clothes are blue. Kitchen stuff is green. Records and personal items are yellow. Everything is labeled because I'm not a monster. You have a lot of stuff for someone who is here temporarily." "I'm a nester. Can't help it. Even in terrible situations, I like to make spaces feel lived in." She picked up a framed photo from the nightstand, her and Tommy, both younger, laughing at something off-camera. "This was supposed to teach me a lesson about appreciating what I have. I'm not sure it worked the way Dad intended." "What did it teach you?" "That I'm stronger than I thought. That I can actually survive without credit cards and drivers and people catering to my every whim. That I'm not completely useless." She set the photo down carefully in a box. "Also that I really, really hate unreliable hot water and noisy neighbors. Some lessons are more valuable than others. A knock on the door interrupted them. Tommy walked in, took one look at all the boxes, and groaned. "Tori, we talked about this. You were supposed to pare down. Travel light. This is traveling light. You should see what I left in storage at the family house." God help us all. Tommy turned to Alexander, offering his hand. "So we're doing this. Moving my sister into your place. Making this whole crazy marriage thing official? Looks like it." Alexander shook his hand. "Thanks for helping. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for her. You're just the person who happens to benefit from my brotherly devotion." But Tommy's tone was lighter than his words, less hostile than he'd been at dinner. They worked for the next 3 hours, hauling boxes down 4 flights of stairs because the elevator remained stubbornly broken. Books, clothes, Kit Carrington's supplies Caroline had accumulated, her precious record collection that she guarded like treasure, random decorative items that Alexander privately thought were hideous, but kept his mouth shut about, because they clearly meant something to her. Tommy and Caroline bickered constantly about the most efficient way to pack the truck, about whether certain items were worth keeping, about an incident from their childhood involving a broken vase, and conflicting stories about who was responsible. Watching them together, Alexander felt an unexpected pang of something that might have been envy. He and his sister had never been like this. Close, comfortable, able to argue without it meaning anything. His family was formal, distant, every interaction carefully controlled. "Last box," Caroline announced, carrying a smaller container marked with yellow tape. "My treasures. Handle with care." "What's in there?" Alexander asked. "Things that matter. Photos, letters, some jewelry from my grandmother, a rock Tommy gave me when I was 7 because he said it looked like a dinosaur egg, and I believed him for 3 years. "It could have been a dinosaur egg," Tommy protested. "You don't know. It was literally just a rock. A very cool rock." They loaded the last box, returned the keys to the building superintendent, and stood on the sidewalk for a moment looking up at the building that had been Caroline's home for 3 months. "You okay?" Alexander asked quietly. "Yeah, I'm okay." She turned away from the building, ready to start the next phase of this ridiculous adventure. They drove back to the penthouse Alexander and Caroline in his car, Tommy following in a rental truck with all her belongings. And as they unloaded everything, turned Alexander's sterile guest bedroom into something that actually looked lived in. With Caroline's books and clothes and records and all the little pieces of her life, something shifted. This was real now. Not just a legal arrangement, not just a performance for families and friends. This was 2 people actually sharing a space, learning to coexist, building something that looked surprisingly like a real life together. "Okay," Tommy said eventually, standing in the middle of the now cluttered guest bedroom. "This is weird, right? Like, I'm not the only one who thinks this entire situation is completely insane." "It's definitely weird," Caroline agreed. "But you're happy? Genuinely?" She looked at Alexander, who was unpacking a box of her books, and something soft crossed her face. "Yeah, I think I might actually be happy." "Good." Tommy pulled her into a hug. "Because if you weren't, I'd have to commit murder. And I look terrible in orange jumpsuits." After Tommy left with promises to check in frequently and threats about what would happen if Alexander mistreated his sister, they collapsed on the living room couch, exhausted. "We should order dinner," Alexander said. "Something unhealthy and delivered because I'm too tired to cook." "You don't cook anyway." "True, but the sentiment stands." "Pizza," Caroline declared. "Real pizza with actual cheese and carbs and all the things your nutritionist would hate." "We've earned it." They ordered pizza, 3 different kinds, because they couldn't agree on toppings, and Caroline insisted. Variety was important and ate it straight from the boxes while watching some mindless action movie neither of them particularly cared about. And somewhere around the second slice, Caroline said, "Thank you. For what? For making this easier than it should be. For not being weird about me taking over your space. For helping me move all my stuff when you probably have better things to do on a Monday. I don't have better things to do. And you're not taking over my space, it's our space now. That's the deal. For 6 months. Right. For 6 months. But saying it felt wrong somehow. Like putting an expiration date on something that was starting to feel more permanent than it should. Caroline must have felt it too, because she changed the subject quickly. So when do I get to meet your friends? The ones who bet you $250,000 that you couldn't get married? Do you want to meet them? Not particularly. They sound terrible. They are terrible. But they're also my oldest friends, and they're going to want proof that I actually pulled this off. Alexander considered. How about this weekend? Drinks, something casual. Get it over with. Will they be awful to me? Probably. They'll assume you're a gold digger or that I'm paying you. They'll make inappropriate jokes and ask invasive questions. Sounds delightful. Can't wait. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. I can handle them on my own. No. Caroline sat up straighter. We're in this together, remember? Partners. If I had to subject you to my family, you can subject me to your terrible friends. Fair is fair. They finished the movie The Hero Saved the Day. The city was safe. Justice prevailed in that neat way it only ever did in fiction. Real life was messier. Real life had complications and consequences and questions that didn't have easy answers. I'm going to bed, Caroline announced, standing and stretching. Today was exhausting in approximately 73 different ways. Same. Sleep well. She paused at the hallway entrance, looking back at him. Alexander? Yeah? This is going to sound weird, but I'm glad it's you. If I had to marry a stranger for 6 months, I'm glad it's someone I actually like. Me too. She smiled, genuine and soft, and completely unguarded, and then disappeared down the hallway to her room. Alexander cleaned up the pizza boxes, turned off the lights, and went to his own bedroom. But as he lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling like he had every night since this insanity began, he thought about Caroline's words. I'm glad it's you. He was glad it was her, too. Which was dangerous. Which was exactly the kind of emotional attachment they were supposed to be avoiding. But lying there, listening to the soft sounds of someone else living in his space, he couldn't quite convince himself that avoiding attachment was possible anymore. Not when Caroline made him laugh. Not when breakfast with her was better than breakfast alone. Not when helping her move felt more meaningful than any board meeting or business deal. 6 months had seemed so manageable when this started. A finite amount of time, a clear endpoint, a plan. But 1 week in, and Alexander was starting to realize that 6 months might not be enough time to prepare for the moment when she walked out of his life and took all the noise and warmth and life with her. He was starting to care, actually genuinely care what happened to her beyond the bounds of their arrangement. And that was the most dangerous thing of all. Friday night arrived faster than either of them wanted. Alexander had been dreading this all week, not because he was worried about the bet or proving anything to his friends, but because he knew they'd be insufferable. They'd grill Caroline, make assumptions about why she married him, probably say something offensive within the first 5 minutes, and Caroline, for her part, had changed outfits 4 times before settling on dark jeans, heeled boots, and a silk blouse that somehow managed to look both casual and expensive. She'd spent 20 minutes on her makeup, which Alexander had learned meant she was nervous even though she'd never admit it. Stop pacing, she said, watching him walk back and forth across the living room. You're making me more anxious. I'm not pacing. I'm walking with purpose. You're pacing. You've circled the coffee table 6 times. She grabbed her purse, checking for her phone and lipstick. Look, we've got this. We've fooled your board. We've fooled my family. 3 drunk guys at a bar should be easy. They're not drunk yet. That's the problem. They'll be sober and skeptical and looking for any crack in our story. Then we won't give them any cracks. Caroline walked over, straightened his collar even though it didn't need straightening. We're married. We're happy. We fell madly in love and couldn't wait to make it official. That's our story and we're sticking to it. You make it sound so simple. It is simple. We've been living together for a week now. We know each other's routines, our habits, the way we take our coffee. That's more than most people know about someone after a few dates. We just have to translate actual knowledge into fake feelings. Fake feelings, Alexander repeated. Right, except the feelings didn't feel entirely fake anymore. This past week had been nice. Better than nice. He'd gotten used to waking up to the smell of real coffee and breakfast, to coming home and finding Caroline reading on the couch, her record player spinning jazz from the 60s, her feet tucked under her like a cat. To their nightly routine of cooking dinner together well, she cooked. He helped badly, and watching terrible reality TV that neither of them would admit to enjoying. It felt domestic, comfortable, like they'd been doing this for years instead of days. And that was the problem, wasn't it? The line between performance and reality was getting blurry. They took a taxi to the bar, some trendy place in Chelsea that VP had chosen because apparently he'd invested in it and wanted to show off. It was exactly what Alexander expected. Exposed brick, craft cocktails with ridiculous names, a crowd of people who all looked like they worked in finance or tech and wanted everyone to know it. His friends were already there, occupying a corner booth that had probably been reserved with excessive tipping and name-dropping. VP saw them first, waving them over with the kind of enthusiasm that came from already being 3 drinks deep. There he is, the married man. VP stood up, pulling Alexander into a hug that was more aggressive than affectionate. And this must be the woman who actually said yes to your sorry ass. I'm impressed. And skeptical. But mostly impressed. Caroline, this is Alexander started. VP, the man interrupted, taking Caroline's hand and kissing it in a gesture that was supposed to be charming, but came across as sleazy. Real name Vincent Pierce, but everyone calls me VP. I'm the handsome one of the group. Debatable, Caroline said smoothly, extracting her hand. Nice to meet you. The tech genius real name Brian was next. He stood, adjusting his glasses in that nervous way he had when meeting new people. Brian Thatcher. I'm the smart one. Also debatable, VP interjected. And I'm the lawyer, the third friend said, not bothering to stand. Name's Malcolm. I'm the one who keeps these idiots out of jail. Charmed, Caroline said dryly, sliding into the booth next to Alexander. So you're the friends who bet my husband $250,000 that he couldn't get married in 2 days. That's quite the hobby you have there. The 3 men exchanged glances. Carolyn had gone on the offensive immediately, calling them out instead of being defensive. Smart. We prefer to think of it as motivating him to take chances, Malcolm said carefully. Alexander here has a tendency to overthink everything. Sometimes he needs a push. A push and $250,000. Sure. Caroline signaled the waiter, ordered a drink that Alexander noted was expensive enough to make a point. So how long have you all known each other? Since college, Brian said. We were all at Princeton together. Same dorm, same friend group. We've been through everything together. Bad breakups, career disasters. At one time, VP got arrested in Monaco. We agreed never to talk about Monaco. VP said quickly. I have so many questions about Monaco, Caroline said, and despite himself, Alexander felt a smile tugging at his lips. She was handling this perfectly engaged, but not eager, friendly, but not desperate to be liked. Their drinks arrived, and VP raised his glass. A toast to Alexander, who actually pulled off the impossible, and to Caroline, who was either very brave or very stupid to say yes. We'll find out which over the next 6 months. They all drank, and Alexander felt Caroline's hand find his under the table. squeezing gently. Solidarity. We're in this together. So, Malcolm said, leaning forward with that lawyer look in his eyes. Tell us how this happened. The real story, not the sanitized version for families. The real story is pretty simple, Alexander said. I walked into a bookstore, saw Caroline, and knew immediately she was different from anyone I'd ever met. We started talking, went to dinner, and I realized I didn't want to waste time dating for years when I already knew what I wanted. That's the romantic version, Malcolm countered. Now tell us the truth. Did you explain about the bet before or after she said yes? Caroline's hand tightened on Alexander's. This was the danger zone. They'd prepared for this question, but it was still treacherous territory. He didn't tell me about the bet until after we were married, Caroline said, and her voice had an edge to it now. Real anger or really good acting? Imagine my surprise when I found out my new husband had proposed for a $250,000 dare. The table went silent. The three friends looked at each other, clearly not expecting this answer. You told her? VP said to Alexander. Already? She's my wife. I'm not going to start a marriage with lies. Alexander kept his voice level. Yes, the initial proposal was because of your stupid bet. But that doesn't make what we have any less real. So you're saying you actually fell in love with her? In like 2 days? Brian looked genuinely curious. Like this was a scientific phenomenon he needed to understand? I'm saying I made a reckless decision for the wrong reasons, and it turned out to be the best mistake I've ever made. Alexander looked at Caroline, and he didn't have to fake the sincerity in his voice. Because it was true, this had been a mistake. But it was also the most interesting thing that had happened to him in years. The bet got me to take a chance I never would have taken otherwise. But what happened after that? That's real? Caroline was staring at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Surprise, maybe? Or something more complicated? That's actually kind of beautiful, Brian said. In a completely insane, potentially disastrous kind of way. Nothing about this is beautiful, Malcolm interjected. It's a contract marriage with an expiration date. You're both using each other, him for the bet, her for whatever she's getting out of this arrangement. Let's not pretend this is some grand love story. And what if it becomes one? Caroline's voice was quiet but firm. What if we're both getting more out of this than we expected? Is that so impossible to believe? Honestly? Yes, Malcolm said bluntly. You've known each other for a week and a half. That's not enough time to fall in love. That's barely enough time to learn someone's last name. I learned his last name on our marriage certificate, actually, Caroline said with a slight smile. We never got around to proper introductions before we decided to legally bind ourselves together. So you're right. We did this backwards and stupidly, and for all the wrong reasons. But that doesn't mean we can't make it work. Can I ask you something? VP leaned forward, studying Caroline with those sharp investor eyes. And I want an honest answer. What are you getting out of this? Because Alexander gets $5 million and bragging rights. What's your incentive? This was it. The question they'd been dreading. Because Caroline couldn't tell the truth, couldn't explain about her father's punishment, the conditions, the desperate need to reclaim her life. That would raise too many questions, reveal too much about the transactional nature of their arrangement. I get him, Caroline said simply. I get a husband who's brilliant and driven and challenges me to be better. I get out of a situation that was making me miserable. I get a partner who treats me like an equal instead of an accessory. Is that not enough? It's enough if it's true, Malcolm said. But you'll forgive me if I'm skeptical. Gold diggers have used that exact line since the beginning of time. Malcolm. Alexander's voice was cold now. That's enough. Caroline is my wife, and I won't sit here and let you insult her. I'm not insulting her. I'm being realistic. This whole situation is suspect, and someone needs to say it. You've said it. Now drop it. The tension at the table was thick enough to cut. Brian looked uncomfortable. VP looked amused, and Malcolm looked like he was gearing up for round two. Caroline stood up abruptly. "I need some air." "Excuse me." She walked away before Alexander could stop her, heading toward the bar's back exit. He started to follow, but VP grabbed his arm. "Let her go. She needs a minute. Your friend just basically called her a gold digger. I'm not leaving her alone right now. Malcolm's an asshole, but he's not wrong to be skeptical. You have to admit, from the outside, this looks insane." VP's expression was serious now, the drunken amusement gone. "I'm your friend, Alexander. I've known you for 14 years. And I'm telling you, you're in over your head. This isn't a business deal you can optimize and strategize. This is a marriage, and you're treating it like a project." "I'm treating it exactly how it needs to be treated." "Are you?" "Because from where I'm sitting, you're either completely lying to yourself about what this is, or you're actually falling for her and too stubborn to admit it." VP released his arm. "Go after her. Talk to her. Be honest with yourself about what you actually want from this situation. Because 6 months is going to come fast, and then what? You just shake hands and walk away?" Alexander didn't answer. He couldn't, because he didn't know what he wanted anymore. 6 months had seemed so clear, so manageable. But the idea of Caroline walking away, leaving his penthouse empty and quiet again, made something in his chest tighten uncomfortably. He found her outside, leaning against the brick wall in the alley behind the bar, arms wrapped around herself against the October chill. "Hey," he said softly. "You okay? Your friends are terrible, like genuinely awful human beings." "I know. I'm sorry." "Malcolm especially, he goes for the throat. It's what makes him a good lawyer, but a terrible person to have drinks with. He called me a gold digger." Caroline's voice was tight with anger. "He doesn't know anything about me, about my family, about why I agreed to this. And he just assumed wrong. And I told him to back off." "Did you?" She turned to look at him. "Because it seemed like maybe he had a point. Maybe this whole thing is just a transaction and we're both fooling ourselves thinking it could be anything else. Is that what you think?" "I don't know what I think anymore." She pushed away from the wall, pacing in the small alley. "This week has been confusing. Living with you, getting into a routine, actually enjoying your company. That wasn't supposed to happen. We were supposed to stay detached, keep it professional. But I like you, Alexander. I genuinely like spending time with you. And that terrifies me because in 5.5 months, this ends. We go our separate ways. And what am I supposed to do with these feelings that aren't supposed to exist?" Alexander's heart was pounding. "What feelings? Don't make me say it. Don't make this harder than it already is. Caroline." He moved closer, close enough to see the way her breath came faster, the slight tremble in her hands. "What feelings?" "The ones where I wake up and I'm happy you're there. Where I find myself wanting to tell you things, random, stupid things that happen during my day. Where I cook dinner not because I have to, but because I want to see your face when you try something new." She laughed, but it sounded broken. "I'm developing feelings for my fake husband, and I don't know how to stop it." The words hung in the air between them, honest and raw and completely terrifying. "You want to know something?" Alexander said quietly. "I don't know how to stop it either." Caroline's eyes widened. "What?" "This week has been the best week I've had in years. Not because of the bet or the arrangement. Because of you. Because you make me laugh. Because you call me out when I'm being too rigid. Because coming home to you is better than coming home to an empty apartment." He stepped closer, close enough that he could see flecks of gold in her eyes. "I wasn't supposed to care about you, but I do. And I don't know what to do about that. We could ignore it. Pretend this conversation never happened. Go back to being roommates playing house. Could you do that? Could you actually pretend?" "No," she whispered. "I don't think I could." They stood there in the alley, close enough to kiss, both of them breathing hard, both of them terrified of what happened next. Because admitting they had feelings changed everything. It complicated an already complicated situation. It meant that in 5.5 months, someone was going to get hurt. What do we do? Caroline asked. I don't know. But I know I don't want to go back in there and pretend to be a couple when what I actually want is to be one. For real, Alexander. I know it's not part of the plan. I know we said 6 months and done. But plans change. Situations evolve. And maybe, he paused, trying to find the right words, maybe we could actually try, see where this goes without an expiration date. That's terrifying. I know. We could ruin everything. Ruin the arrangement, make it awkward, hurt each other. We could. Or we could end up with something real, something worth keeping. Caroline searched his face, looking for doubt or deception or signs that this was just another calculated move. You mean that? You actually want to try? I mean it. I want to try with you. For real. He reached up, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. No more pretending, no more performance, just us, figuring this out together. Okay, she said softly. Okay, let's try. And then, without overthinking it, without planning it, without calculating the risks and benefits, Alexander kissed her. It wasn't like their courthouse kiss, quick and chaste and for the sake of ritual. This was real, deep and slow and full of all the things they'd been holding back. His hands cupped her face, her fingers tangled in his hair, and for a moment the world narrowed down to just this. Them. Together. Taking a chance on something that was probably stupid but felt more right than anything he'd done in years. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Caroline laughed. Well, that was different from the first one. Good different? Very good different. She looked up at him, still close enough that he could feel her breath. So what now? We go back in there and tell your friends we're actually together? That this stopped being fake sometime between the courthouse and now? We don't tell them anything. It's none of their business. Alexander took her hand, lacing their fingers together. But yeah, we go back in there. Together. And if Malcolm makes another comment about gold diggers, I'm going to remind him about that time in law school when he what? Let's just say everyone has embarrassing secrets. And I'm not afraid to use them. They walked back into the bar, hand in hand, and something had shifted. They weren't performing anymore. This was real, for better or worse. They were taking a chance on each other, on this ridiculous situation, on the possibility that maybe accidents could turn into something meaningful. The three friends looked up as they approached. VP took one look at their faces and grinned. Well, something happened out there. Nothing happened, Alexander said, sliding back into the booth with Caroline beside him, her hand still in his. Your definition of nothing is very different from mine, VP observed. You both look like VP, Alexander interrupted. Shut up! Fair enough. VP raised his glass. Another toast. To unexpected developments and whatever the hell is happening here. May it be entertaining for all of us watching. They drank, and conversation resumed lighter now, moving away from interrogating Caroline and toward catching up on business and gossip. Malcolm was noticeably quieter, and Alexander suspected VP had said something to him during their absence. But Alexander wasn't really paying attention to the conversation. He was too aware of Caroline next to him, her thigh pressed against his, her hand occasionally squeezing his under the table. He was too busy replaying that kiss, that moment in the alley when everything changed. They'd crossed a line, turned a fake marriage into something that might become real, and he had no idea if it was the bravest or stupidest thing he'd ever done. Around 11, Caroline leaned over and whispered, "Can we go? I'm exhausted, and your friends are exhausting." Absolutely. They said their goodbyes, more hugs from VP, a handshake from Brian, a grudging nod from Malcolm. And then they were outside, breathing in the cool October air, standing on a Manhattan street corner while the city buzzed around them. Your place or mine? Caroline asked with a slight smile. They're the same place. Right? Our place. I'm still getting used to that. They caught a cab, and during the ride home they didn't talk much. Just sat close, her head on his shoulder, his arm around her. Comfortable silence, the kind that only existed between people who didn't need to fill every moment with words. When they got back to the penthouse, they stood awkwardly in the living room, neither quite sure what happened next. They'd admitted feelings, they'd kissed, they'd agreed to try. But what did trying actually look like? "I should probably go to bed," Caroline said finally. "It's late and Do you want to stay up for a while? Watch something, talk, just be together." Alexander surprised himself with the suggestion. He had an early meeting tomorrow. Should have been in bed an hour ago. But he wasn't ready for this night to end. "Yeah, I'd like that." They changed into comfortable clothes, sweatpants, and t-shirts. The kind of unglamorous sleepwear that marked real intimacy more than any fancy lingerie could. Caroline made popcorn, Alexander found a movie neither of them had seen, and they settled on the couch together. Except now, instead of sitting on opposite ends like they had all week, Caroline curled up against him, head on his chest, his arm around her shoulders. Easy, natural. Like they'd been doing this for years. The movie played, but neither of them was really watching. They were too aware of each other, too caught up in this new dynamic they'd created. "Alexander?" Caroline said eventually. "Yeah? I'm scared that this is a mistake, that we're going to ruin everything." "Me too. But I'm also excited and hopeful, and a bunch of other feelings I can't quite name." "Same here." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the scent of her shampoo. "We'll figure it out. Together." "Together," she repeated softly. They fell asleep like that, tangled together on the couch, the movie forgotten, the city lights twinkling through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Two people who'd started as strangers, become reluctant partners, and were now cautiously, terrifyingly, hopefully becoming something more. It was reckless. It was unplanned. It violated every rule they'd set for themselves. But lying there with Caroline in his arms, Alexander couldn't bring himself to regret it. Not when this felt more right than any carefully calculated decision he'd ever made. Sometimes, the best things in life were the ones you didn't plan for. The ones that surprised you. The ones that forced you to throw out your strategy and just trust that it would work out. He just hoped they were brave enough to see where this unexpected journey led. Because turning back wasn't an option anymore. They'd crossed the line, and there was no going back. Alexander woke up with a crick in his neck, sunlight streaming through the windows, and Caroline still asleep on his chest. For a moment, he just lay there, watching her breathe. Her face was peaceful in sleep. All the sharp edges and defensive walls softened. She looked younger like this, vulnerable. Nothing like the woman who'd glared at him in that bookstore and told him to stop wasting her time. That had been less than 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks? And somehow in that impossibly short time, she'd gone from stranger to wife to someone he was genuinely falling for. The math didn't make sense. The logic was flawed. Every rational part of his brain was screaming that this was too fast, too reckless, that feelings this intense couldn't possibly be real after such a short time. But lying here with her, feeling her steady heartbeat against his ribs, he couldn't make himself care about logic or rational thinking or any of the rules he'd lived his life by. Caroline stirred, made a small sound of protest against waking up, then slowly opened her eyes. It took her a second to register where she was on the couch, in his arms, morning light making everything too bright and too real. "We fell asleep," she said, voice rough with sleep. "Seems like it. My neck hurts." "Mine too. Couches are not designed for overnight sleeping. We should have gone to bed, probably." But neither of them moved. They stayed tangled together, reluctant to break whatever spell the night had cast. "So?" Caroline said eventually. "About last night. The kissing. The feelings conversation. The part where we agreed to actually try this for real. What about it? Did you mean it? Or was that just... She paused, searching for words. I don't know. Heat of the moment? Reaction to your friends being terrible? I meant it. Alexander shifted so he could see her face properly. All of it. The feelings, the wanting to try, the kiss that I've been thinking about replaying approximately every 3 minutes since it happened. A smile tugged at her lips. Every 3 minutes? Give or take. I'm a busy person. Sometimes I go 4 or 5 minutes between replays. Well, that's disappointing. I've been replaying it every 2 minutes, so clearly I'm more invested in this than you are. We should probably kiss again. For consistency. Make sure it wasn't a fluke. That's very scientific of you. I'm nothing if not thorough. He leaned down and she tilted up, and this kiss was different from the one in the alley. Softer, slower, morning lazy and unrushed. No alcohol, no anger from dealing with his friends, no urgency. Just them, testing this new territory they'd claimed, seeing if it still felt as right in the daylight. It did. God help them. It absolutely did. When they broke apart, Caroline was smiling in a way that made his chest tight. Okay, not a fluke. Definitely not a fluke. Definitely not. So what now? We're married. We live together. We've admitted we have feelings, and we just made out on your couch like teenagers. What's the next step in this completely backward relationship? I have no idea. I've never done this before. What, fallen for someone? Fallen for someone I'm already married to, who was supposed to be a business arrangement, but is now something else entirely. Alexander sat up, running a hand through his hair. I don't have a playbook for this, Caroline. I don't know the rules. Then maybe we make our own rules. She sat up too, tucking her legs under her. Rule 1, honesty. No more pretending, no more performance. When we're alone, we're just us. Real feelings, real conversations. Okay. Rule 2, communication. If something's bothering either of us, we talk about it. No letting things fester. Rule 3, separate bathrooms. Caroline grinned. I've seen your grooming routine. You have more products than I do. We'll need our space. That's fair. Rule 4, we take this slow, or as slow as possible given that we're already married and living together. Define slow. I don't know. Normal relationship milestones, but in a weird order. We've already done marriage and cohabitation. Maybe we could try dating next? Caroline laughed, the sound bright and surprised. You want to date your wife? Why not? We never really dated before. We had one dinner, got engaged, got married, moved in together. We skipped all the normal steps. Maybe we should try doing some of them now. That's actually kind of sweet. And completely insane. But mostly sweet. So that's a yes? That's a yes. She stood up, stretching. But first I need coffee. Real coffee, not whatever sad excuse for caffeine you drink. And breakfast. Actual breakfast with carbs and butter and all the things your nutritionist hates. Your eating habits are going to ruin years of disciplined health maintenance. Good. You're too rigid anyway. A few carbs won't kill you. She headed toward the Kit Carrington, then paused. Alexander? Yeah? Thank you for being brave enough to say something last night. I don't think I would have had the courage to admit I had feelings first. Thank you for not thinking I was completely insane when I did. She smiled, warm and genuine, and disappeared into the Kit Carrington. And Alexander sat there on the couch, trying to process the fact that his fake marriage was now a real relationship. And he had no idea how he'd gotten here, but he didn't want to be anywhere else. His phone buzzed. Multiple texts from VP, naturally. VP. So you're definitely sleeping with her, right? VP. That's not a criticism, just an observation. You both had that look. VP. Malcolm feels bad, BTW. He gets too aggressive when he's been drinking. Occupational hazard of being a lawyer. VP. Seriously, though, are you okay? This whole situation is nuts, and I'm worried about you." Alexander typed back, "I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. And yes, it's nuts. But I'm starting to think that's not necessarily a bad thing." VP, "You're falling for her for real, aren't you?" "Maybe. Probably." "Yeah, I think I am." VP, "Well, shit. This just got interesting. Keep me posted. And bring her to the holiday party next month. I want to see how this plays out." Alexander put his phone away and went to join Caroline in the Kit Carrington, where she was already making pancakes chocolate chip again, because apparently that was her signature dish, and singing along to something playing from her phone. Badly. Enthusiastically. Completely unself-conscious. This was his life now. Pancakes and off-key, singing, and a woman who challenged him and made him laugh and was teaching him that sometimes the best things happened when you stopped trying to control everything. He could get used to this. He was already getting used to this, and that should have terrified him. But instead, it just felt right. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of newness and discovery. They dated, actually dated, despite already being married. Alexander took her to restaurants she'd never been to, a jazz club in Greenwich Village, a modern art exhibit that she loved and he pretended to understand. Caroline dragged him to a vintage record store where she spent 2 hours flipping through albums, to a cooking class where they made pasta from scratch and flirted shamelessly with each other, to an independent bookstore reading where a poet made Alexander actually feel something about words on a page. They learned each other, really learned each other, beyond the rehearsed facts they'd memorized for their families. Alexander learned that Caroline sang in the shower always off-key, always with complete confidence, that she had a scar on her left knee from falling off her bike when she was 9, that she read romance novels and cried during the emotional parts, even though she'd mock anyone who caught her doing it, that she was afraid of thunderstorms but would never admit it, just turned up her music louder when they rolled through. Caroline learned that Alexander talked in his sleep sometimes, usually about work, once about her in a way that made her blush, that he had a tell when he was nervous he'd adjust his watch even though it never needed adjusting, that he was secretly sentimental, keeping ticket stubs from their dates in a drawer like treasures, that he'd been lonely for a long time before her, even if he'd never admitted it to himself. They established routines, morning coffee together before he went for his run, her cooking dinner while he attempted to help and mostly just got in the way, movie nights on the couch, her feet in his lap, both of them making fun of whatever terrible action film they'd chosen, late-night conversations where they'd start discussing something trivial and end up sharing deep fears and old wounds. It felt like a real marriage, like they were building something genuine instead of just performing for an audience. But there was still a clock ticking. 4.5 months left on their original agreement. 4.5 months until they were supposed to divorce and go their separate ways. Neither of them talked about it. The expiration date hung between them like a sword, and they both silently agreed to pretend it didn't exist. Until Caroline's grandmother forced the issue. They'd been visiting Eleanor every Sunday as promised, having lunch in her carriage house while she asked pointed questions and gave unsolicited advice. She seemed to genuinely enjoy their company, and Alexander found himself actually liking these visits. Eleanor was sharp and funny and refreshingly honest in a way most people weren't. But this Sunday, 3 weeks into their real relationship, Eleanor set down her teacup with purpose and looked at them both. "I need to talk to you about something important," she said. "And I need you both to be honest with me." Caroline tensed next to Alexander. "Okay, what's going on?" "Your father called me yesterday. He wants to have a family meeting next weekend." "About your marriage?" Eleanor's expression was serious. "He's been doing research, apparently. Looking into Alexander's background, the timeline of your relationship, the circumstances of your wedding." "He's investigating us?" Caroline's voice was tight. "Why? I thought he'd accepted this. Your father is a careful man. He accepts nothing at face value. Eleanor turned to Alexander. He found the marriage license, saw the date, did some math about when you actually met versus when you got married. Alexander's stomach sank. He knows the timeline is suspicious. He knows it's essentially impossible. No one falls in love and gets married in 2 days unless there's something else going on. Eleanor leaned forward. So I need to know what is going on, really? Because I can't help you navigate this if I don't know the full truth. Caroline looked at Alexander, a question in her eyes. They'd kept the secret from everyone, even Eleanor despite her obvious suspicions. But now, with Richard investigating, with a family meeting looming, maybe it was time to tell someone the truth. We got married because we both needed something, Alexander said carefully. I had made a bet with my friends. She needed to fulfill her father's conditions to end her punishment. It was transactional, strategic, a mutually beneficial arrangement. I knew it. Eleanor didn't sound surprised or disappointed, just matter of fact. And now? Now it's not transactional anymore, Caroline said quietly. We were supposed to stay detached, do our 6 months, get divorced. But somewhere along the way, we actually fell for each other. These past few weeks have been real. How real? Real enough that the idea of divorcing in 4 months makes me feel sick, Caroline admitted. Real enough that I'm terrified my father is going to destroy this before we even have a chance to figure out what it could be. Eleanor was quiet for a long moment, studying them both. Then she sighed. Your father is going to demand the truth. He'll have questions, and he won't accept vague answers. You need to decide, are you going to lie to him, or are you going to tell him what you just told me? If we tell him the truth, he'll think the whole thing is fake, Caroline said. He'll extend my punishment, maybe indefinitely. He'll think I manipulated the situation to get what I wanted. Did you? At first, yes, but not anymore. Not since, she looked at Alexander, not since it became real. Then you need to make him understand that. Eleanor stood up, moving to the window. I'm going to tell you something about your father, Caroline. Something you need to understand if you're going to survive this meeting. What? He's terrified of you making the same mistakes your mother made. Eleanor's voice was soft now. Your mother married young, to a man she barely knew, because she was impulsive and romantic and thought love conquered all. And for a while it worked. But they struggled. They fought. They almost divorced 3 times before you kids were born. It took them years to build something stable. I never knew that, Caroline whispered. Your father doesn't talk about it. But he remembers. And when you do reckless things, crashing his Ferrari, live-streaming street races, marrying a stranger, he sees history repeating itself. He sees his daughter making the same impulsive choices, heading for the same pain. So what do? Alexander asked. How do we convince him this is different? You show him it's real. You show him you've both changed, grown, become better people because of each other. Eleanor turned back to face them. And you tell him the truth. Not the sanitized version, the real, messy, complicated truth. That you started for the wrong reasons but stayed for the right ones. He'll be so disappointed in me, Caroline said, and her voice cracked. He's your father. He's supposed to be disappointed sometimes. That's the job. Eleanor moved to sit next to Caroline, taking her hand. But he also loves you more than anything in this world. And if he sees that Alexander makes you happy, that this marriage, however it started, has made you into someone stronger and more responsible, he might surprise you. Might? I can't guarantee anything, darling. Your father is stubborn, but I know him. And I know he wants you to be happy more than he wants to be right about his suspicions. They left Eleanor's that afternoon with a plan and a deadline. 1 week until the family meeting. 1 week to prepare for either acceptance or complete disaster. The car ride back to the city was quiet. Caroline stared out the window, lost in thought. while Alexander drove and tried to figure out how to navigate this new crisis. "We could run," Caroline said eventually. "What?" "We could just leave, not show up to the meeting, disappear for a while until my father calms down." "Your father doesn't seem like the type to calm down. He seems like the type to hire private investigators and track you down." "You're probably right," she sighed. "I just don't want to lose this. What we've built, what we're becoming. Then we fight for it." Alexander reached over, took her hand. "We tell the truth. We make your father understand. And we show him this is real. That's all we can do. And if he doesn't believe us, then we deal with it, together. That's what we agreed, remember? Partners, no matter what." "Partners," she repeated. "Even if my father tries to annul the marriage, or extend my punishment, or make both our lives miserable. Even then, I'm not going anywhere, Caroline. You're stuck with me." For how long? It was the question they'd both been avoiding, the expiration date that loomed over everything. "How long do you want?" Alexander asked carefully. "Longer than 4 months. Maybe a lot longer." She turned to look at him. "Is that crazy? To already be thinking about beyond our agreement? If it is, then we're both crazy. Because I've been thinking the same thing." They drove the rest of the way in silence, but it was a different kind of quiet now. Not uncomfortable, but weighted with possibility, with the understanding that they were in this together, whatever came next. When they got home, Caroline went straight to her room, their agreed-upon separate space, even though they'd been spending more and more time in each other's bedrooms, and Alexander tried to work. He had a presentation to prepare, emails to answer, a company to run. But he couldn't focus, couldn't stop thinking about the family meeting, about Richard's suspicions, about the very real possibility that everything they'd built could come crashing down in 7 days. Around 8 p.m., there was a soft knock on his bedroom door. Caroline stood there in pajamas, hair damp from a shower, looking uncertain. "Can I come in?" "Always." She crossed the room, climbed onto his bed, and curled up next to him. No words, just needing to be close. He set aside his laptop, wrapped an arm around her, and they lay there in the growing darkness. "I'm scared," she said eventually. "Me too. What if we lose everything? What if my father makes us get divorced, or your friends find out the bet was fake, or Caroline?" He tightened his arm around her. "Whatever happens, we don't lose each other. That's the one thing I'm sure of. No matter what your father says, or what my friends think, or what anyone else does, we're a team. Okay?" "Okay." They stayed like that for hours, eventually falling asleep tangled together. And when Alexander woke up in the middle of the night, Caroline still in his arms, he made a decision. If Richard wanted the truth, he'd get it. All of it. The bet, the punishment, the fake marriage that became real. And Alexander would make him understand that, yes, this started as a mistake, but it was the best mistake either of them had ever made. Because Caroline was worth fighting for. This relationship, however unconventional, however backward, however completely insane, was worth protecting. He just hoped her father would see that too. The week passed too quickly. They spent every free moment together, as if they could somehow stockpile time against whatever was coming. Alexander took time off work, something he never did, and they explored the city like tourists. They walked across the Brooklyn Bridge at sunset, had lunch in Chinatown, got lost in Central Park on purpose just to have an excuse to wander. They talked about everything and nothing, their childhoods, their dreams, their fears about the future. Caroline told him about the pressure of being a Lancaster, of always feeling like she was disappointing everyone no matter what she did. Alexander told her about building his company, about the loneliness of success, about feeling like he'd optimized his life so efficiently that he'd forgotten to actually live it. "You're living now," Caroline pointed out one evening as they cooked dinner together as she cooked and he attempted to help. "Right now, in this moment, you're living." Because of you. We're doing it together. That's what makes it good. On Wednesday, she brought up the thing they'd been avoiding. What happens if my father accepts us? If he believes we're real and ends my punishment? Then you get your life back. Your accounts, your access to the family wealth, everything you've been working toward. And us? What about us? Do we keep living here? Do I move back to my old place? Do we? She paused, stirring pasta with more force than necessary. Do we stay married? Do you want to stay married? I asked you first, Caroline. Alexander turned off the stove, moved her away from it so she had to face him. I don't know what the perfect answer is here. I don't know what's supposed to happen next in a relationship that started as a fake marriage. But I know I don't want this to end. I know that if we got divorced now, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. Is that clear enough? She was staring at him with wide eyes. You mean that? Every word. You're not a 6-month arrangement anymore. He searched for the right words. You're the person I want to have pancakes with every morning. The person I want to tell about my day. The person I want to figure out life with, however messy and complicated it gets. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said to me, and it involves pancakes. You make really good pancakes. She laughed, and then she was kissing him, and the pasta was definitely overcooking, but neither of them cared. Because this was what mattered, not the fancy dates or the strategic planning, but these moments of real connection, of honest emotion, of choosing each other over and over. When they finally broke apart, Caroline rested her forehead against his. I don't want this to end either. Whatever happens with my father, whatever complications come up, I want to figure it out with you. Then we will. Promise? I promise. Friday arrived, and with it came a text from Richard. Richard Lancaster. Family meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. Bring Alexander. This is not optional. Caroline showed him the text, her hand shaking slightly. Tomorrow. It's actually happening tomorrow. We knew it was coming. Knowing and experiencing are different things. She sat down heavily on the couch. What if I can't do this? What if I freeze up or say the wrong thing, or you won't? You're the bravest person I know. I'm really not. I'm terrified most of the time. Being brave doesn't mean not being afraid. It means being afraid and doing it anyway. Alexander sat next to her, taking her hands in his. Tomorrow, we walk in there together. We tell the truth. We show your father what we've built. And whatever happens after that, we face it together. As a team. As a team, she repeated, like a mantra. That night, neither of them slept well. Alexander lay in his bed. Caroline had insisted they sleep separately tonight. Said she needed space to think and stared at the ceiling, running through every possible scenario for tomorrow's meeting. Best case. Richard accepted the truth, ended Caroline's punishment, gave them his blessing. They continued building their relationship without the weight of secrets. Worst case. Richard annulled the marriage, extended Caroline's punishment indefinitely, possibly tried to separate them permanently. Most likely case, something in between. Disappointment, anger, conditions, a probationary period where they'd have to prove themselves. Around 3 a.m., Alexander got up and went to Caroline's room. She was awake too, sitting up in bed with her phone, scrolling through old photos. Can't sleep? He asked from the doorway. Not even a little bit. You? My brain won't shut off. He moved into the room, sat on the edge of her bed. What are you looking at? Pictures from before, when I was still the person who crashed Ferraris and live-streamed illegal street races and thought consequences were for other people. She showed him a photo of her in a designer gown at some gala. Champagne in hand, that false bright smile she'd perfected. I don't even recognize her. That person feels like a stranger now. Maybe that's good. Maybe that means you've grown. Or maybe it means I've lost myself, trying to be someone my father will approve of. You haven't lost yourself. You've just evolved. Become someone more complex than just the wild daughter or the disappointment. You're Caroline, who makes amazing pancakes and sings off-key in the shower and reads romance novels and calls me out on my bullshit. That's not less than who you were before. It's more. She looked at him for a long moment, then set her phone aside. Can you stay? I don't want to be alone tonight. Of course. He climbed into bed next to her, and she immediately curled into him, head on his chest, her arm across his waist. They lay there in the dark, listening to each other breathe, finding comfort in simple proximity. Alexander? She whispered. Yeah? Whatever happens tomorrow, thank you for giving me a chance to be someone better, for seeing something in me worth believing in. Thank you for the same thing. You've made my life infinitely better in just a few weeks. That's no small feat. We're pretty good together, aren't we? We're exceptional together. She smiled against his chest, and eventually they both drifted off to sleep, holding each other like life rafts in a storm they knew was coming. Tomorrow would bring truth and consequences and possibly disaster. But tonight, they had each other, and right now, that was enough. The drive to the Lancaster estate felt twice as long as usual. Caroline sat in the passenger seat, wearing a dress that was professional but not too formal navy blue, modest, the kind of thing that said responsible adult without trying too hard. She'd changed 3 times before settling on it, and Alexander had assured her she looked perfect each time because he understood that the outfit wasn't really about the outfit. It was about armor, about presenting the version of herself she hoped her father would accept. Alexander had gone with a suit charcoal gray, no tie, trying to strike a balance between respect and not looking like he was going to a funeral. Though honestly, depending on how this went, a funeral might have been more pleasant. We don't have to do this, he said for probably the 10th time since they'd left the city. We could turn around right now. Deal with your father later. Running won't help. He'll just get more suspicious, more angry. Caroline was twisting her hands in her lap, a nervous habit he'd noticed she only did when she was really stressed. Besides, we agreed, truth and honesty, fighting for what matters. You matter. That's what I'm fighting for today. She reached over and squeezed his hand. We're fighting for each other. That's the only way this works. They pulled up to the estate at exactly 1:55 p.m. 5 minutes early, not too eager, not disrespectfully late. Catherine had texted that morning to say lunch would be served first. Then the discussion, which somehow made it worse. Having to sit through a meal, making small talk, pretending everything was normal when they all knew the real conversation was waiting like a guillotine. Tommy's car was already in the driveway. Of course he'd be here. This was a family meeting, which meant witnesses to whatever disaster was about to unfold. Ready? Alexander asked, killing the engine. Absolutely not. Let's do this anyway. They walked to the front door hand in hand, and Catherine answered before they could knock. She looked worried, her usual polish slightly frayed around the edges. You're here. Good. Come in, come in. She ushered them inside, lowering her voice. I should warn you, Richard has been in his study all morning. He has documents, papers. He's been preparing for this like it's a court case. That's not ominous at all, Caroline muttered. He's not trying to be cruel, sweetheart. He's protective and confused, and possibly a little hurt that you might have been lying to him. Catherine touched Caroline's cheek gently. But he loves you. Remember that, whatever happens today. They were led to the dining room, where lunch was already set out an elaborate spread that no one was probably going to have much appetite for. Tommy was there, looking tense. Eleanor had apparently decided to attend as well, sitting at the table with a glass of wine already in hand. Reinforcements, she said, by way of greeting. I told Richard if he was going to interrogate you, I wanted to be here to make sure he didn't go too far. Mother, I'm not interrogating anyone, Richard said, walking in from the hallway. He was carrying a folder. A thick folder. That could not be good. I'm simply trying to understand the truth of my daughter's marriage. With documents? Caroline asked, eyeing the folder. With facts, timeline, evidence. Richard set the folder on the table but didn't open it yet. But first, let's eat. No point in having difficult conversations on an empty stomach. The meal was excruciating. Everyone picked at their food, made strange small talk, avoided the elephant in the room that was getting larger and more aggressive by the minute. Alexander tried to eat normally, tried to project calm confidence. But the pasta tasted like cardboard, and he could feel sweat gathering at his collar despite the air conditioning. Caroline was barely eating at all. She pushed food around her plate, answered questions in monosyllables, and kept glancing at that folder like it might spontaneously combust. Finally, after what felt like 17 hours, but was probably only 45 minutes, Richard set down his fork with purpose. All right, I think we've all pretended to enjoy this meal long enough. Let's move to the sitting room and have the conversation we're actually here for. They relocated Richard and Catherine on one sofa, Eleanor in her favorite armchair, Tommy perched on the arm of Eleanor's chair like he couldn't commit to actually sitting, and Alexander and Caroline on the opposite sofa, sitting close enough that their legs touched. United front. Team. Whatever came next, they faced together. Richard opened the folder. Inside were papers, printed documents, what looked like screenshots, highlighted sections, notes in Richard's precise handwriting. I'm going to start with some facts, Richard said, his voice measured and controlled in that way that meant he was actually very angry. And I want you both to listen. Really listen. Then you can explain. Dad? Caroline started. Listen first. Talk second. He pulled out the first document. Your marriage license, dated October 12th, a Saturday. According to this document, you got married at 9:37 a.m. at the New York City Marriage Bureau. That's correct, Alexander said. According to the bookstore employment records that I obtained with the owner's permission, Caroline, before you accuse me of anything illegal, you started working there on July 8th, 3 months before your marriage. He pulled out another paper. And according to your supervisor, you never mentioned dating anyone. Never took time off for dates. Never talked about meeting someone special. I'm a private person, Caroline said, but her voice was weak. You're many things, but private about your romantic life is not one of them. You've shared every relationship detail with your mother since you were 16. Richard's voice was getting harder now. So I started digging deeper. I called the restaurant Le Cygne Noir. They confirmed you had a reservation on October 11th, one night before you got married, which means you met, went on one date, and got married the next morning. Dad, it's not, I'm not finished. He pulled out more papers. I also looked into Alexander. Successful company, impressive credentials. But what I found interesting is this. He held up what looked like a printed social media conversation. Your friend VP, I believe, made a post 3 weeks ago. It's since been deleted, but I have contacts who know how to find these things. It was a photo of what looks like a bet agreement. The caption said something about crazy things rich people do for money. Alexander's stomach dropped. VP had posted about the bet, even after Alexander had told them to keep it quiet? Now, this could be a coincidence. Lots of people make stupid bets. But combined with everything else, the timeline, the rushed marriage, Caroline's convenient need for a husband to satisfy my conditions, it paints a very specific picture. Richard set down the papers and looked directly at them both. So I'm going to ask you once, and I want the truth. Did you two get married as part of some arrangement? Was this entire thing planned to get Caroline out of her punishment and get you— He looked at Alexander. Whatever you were getting out of it. The room was silent. Everyone was staring at them, waiting. Caroline looked at Alexander. He looked back, and in her eyes he saw fear and determination and trust. She was trusting him to help navigate this, to be her partner in the truth. Yes, Alexander said clearly. We got married as an arrangement. A mutually beneficial agreement where we both got what we needed. Catherine gasped. Tommy's eyes went wide. Eleanor took a long sip of her wine, but didn't look surprised. Richard's expression was unreadable. Go on. I made a bet with my friends, Alexander continued, keeping his voice steady. A stupid, reckless bet that I could get married within 48 hours and stay married for 6 months. The stakes were high enough that my pride wouldn't let me back out. So I walked into that bookstore looking for someone who might say yes to a crazy proposal. And you found me, Caroline said, taking over. I was desperate, Dad. 3 months into my punishment, living in that tiny apartment, working at the bookstore, counting down the days until I could come home. And your condition was that I needed to find a suitable husband, someone responsible and successful. When Alexander proposed, I saw a solution, a way to end my punishment early. So you used each other. Richard's voice was flat. You lied to me, to your entire family. You stood in my home, looked me in the eye, and told me you were in love. All of it was a lie. At first, yes, Caroline said, and her voice cracked. At first it was a lie, a performance, a strategic arrangement where we both got what we wanted and nobody had to know the truth. And now? Catherine asked, and she sounded like she might cry. Is it still a lie? No, Alexander said firmly. Now it's the most real thing in my life. Explain that to me. Richard leaned forward, his expression still stern but something else flickering in his eyes. Not just anger, pain. Explain how a marriage that started as a transaction became real. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're just telling me what I want to hear to avoid consequences. We didn't plan on falling for each other, Caroline said. We had rules. Separate bedrooms, no emotional attachment, 6 months and done. But living together, getting to know each other, being honest with each other when we didn't have to perform. She paused, gathering her thoughts. He makes me laugh, Dad. He challenges me. He doesn't let me get away with being shallow or careless. He sees the person I could be, not just the person I've been. And Caroline has made my life better in every way, Alexander added. I spent a decade building a company and ignoring everything else. I was successful and miserable, and I didn't even know it. She brought noise and chaos and life into my pristine, empty existence. She taught me that not everything needs to be optimized and strategized, that sometimes the best things are the ones you don't plan for. That's very poetic, Richard said dryly, but it doesn't change the fact that you both lied, extensively, to everyone who cares about you. You're right. We did. Caroline's hands were shaking, but she kept her voice steady. We lied because we were scared. Scared of admitting we'd made impulsive decisions. Scared of facing consequences. Scared of being honest about what we actually needed. And I'm sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry for lying to you, for making you believe something that wasn't true at the time. But it is true now, Alexander said. Everything we told you about our relationship, about respecting each other, challenging each other, wanting to build something meaningful together, that's all real. It just happened in the wrong order. Richard was quiet for a long moment, staring at them both with an expression Alexander couldn't read. Then he turned to Eleanor. Mother, you knew about this, I suspected. I didn't know the details, but I knew something was off about the timeline. Eleanor set down her wine glass. And before you ask, I didn't tell you because I wanted to see if they were smart enough to figure it out themselves. If they could turn a mistake into something real. And have they? Look at them, Richard. Really look at them. Eleanor gestured at Alexander and Caroline, still sitting close together, hands intertwined. They're terrified right now, terrified of losing each other, of losing your approval, of having this all fall apart. If it was still just an arrangement, they'd be calm, calculating their next move. But they're not. They're two people who accidentally fell in love and are now fighting to keep it. She laughed. and it was the best sound he'd heard all day. Take me home, husband. Home. I like the sound of that. They drove the rest of the way with hands intertwined, music playing softly, both of them feeling lighter than they had in weeks. The truth was out. The consequences were manageable, and they had each other, which turned out to be the only thing that really mattered. When they got back to the penthouse, they ordered takeout Thai food, Caroline's choice, and ate it on the couch while watching a terrible reality show about people trying to survive on a deserted island. We'd be so bad at that, Caroline observed, pointing at the screen where someone was attempting to build a shelter. We'd starve within 3 days. I'd figure something out. I'm resourceful. You're resourceful in boardrooms, not in survival situations. There's a difference. You have zero faith in my abilities. I have complete faith in your abilities to run a company and look good in a suit. Your abilities to catch fish with your bare hands are significantly more questionable. They bickered good-naturedly through the rest of the show, and when it ended, neither of them wanted to move. They stayed curled up together on the couch, comfortable and warm and content. "Alexander?" Caroline said sleepily. Thank you. For today. For fighting for us. For not backing down when my father was being difficult. You don't have to thank me for that. It's what you do when you love someone. You fight for them. Still, thank you." They fell asleep like that, tangled together on the couch again. It was becoming a habit. And when Alexander woke up hours later with Caroline still in his arms, he felt something he hadn't felt in years. Peace. Contentment. The sense that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. They'd cleared the biggest hurdle. They'd told the truth and survived. Now they just had to prove they could sustain it. Build something lasting out of the mess they'd created. 4 months. 120 days. 17 family dinners with Richard watching their every move. They could do this. They would do this because what they had was worth fighting for. Worth the probation, worth the scrutiny, worth every awkward family dinner and difficult conversation. They'd started as strangers, playing a game. They'd become partners in a scheme. And now they were something more. 2 people who'd accidentally found something real in the most unlikely place. Love didn't always follow the rules. Sometimes it showed up in the middle of a bet, in a bookstore on a random Tuesday, between 2 people who had every reason not to work, but somehow did. And that kind of love, the unexpected kind, the kind you didn't plan for, was often the strongest. They just had to trust it, and each other. Everything else would figure itself out. February 12th. 4 months, almost to the day, since that family meeting where they'd confessed the truth. 4 months of probation, scrutiny, and proving themselves to Richard Lancaster and everyone else who doubted them. Alexander stood in front of the bathroom mirror, adjusting his tie for the 3rd time. Tonight was the final family dinner, the one where Richard would make his official judgment, the one that would determine whether their marriage was accepted fully or whether they'd have to face another round of consequences and conditions. "You're going to strangle yourself if you tighten that tie anymore," Caroline said from the doorway. She was wearing a deep green dress that made her eyes look even more striking. Her hair swept up in a way that was elegant, but not too formal. 4 months of these dinners had taught them exactly how to dress impressive without trying too hard. "I'm not nervous," Alexander lied. "You're absolutely nervous. You've changed ties twice, and you're doing that thing where you adjust your watch compulsively." She walked over, gently loosening his tie slightly. "We've got this. We've done everything he asked, shown up to every dinner on time, been transparent about our lives, proven we're building something real." "I know. But your father is unpredictable. What if it's not enough? What if he extends the probation or decides we need more time, or then we deal with it together, like we have been?" She smoothed his collar, her fingers lingering. Besides, I think we've already passed his test. The real one, anyway. What do you mean? Last week, when we had that huge fight about whether to buy the place in the Hamptons. Remember? Alexander winced at the memory. It had been their first major disagreement since becoming official. Caroline wanted to buy a summer house near her family's estate. Alexander thought it was too soon. Too much commitment. Too many ways to intertwine their lives permanently when they were still figuring things out. They'd argued for hours, voices raised, both stubborn and unwilling to compromise. That was not our finest moment, he admitted. No, but we worked through it. We talked, we compromised, we figured it out like adults. And my dad was here when it happened, remember? He stopped by to drop off those documents. He heard us fighting. Caroline smiled slightly. And the next day, he called me. Said he was glad to hear us arguing like a real couple instead of being perfect all the time. Said it made him believe we were genuine. Your father is weird. My father is pragmatic. He knows real relationships aren't perfect. He just needed to see that we could handle conflict without falling apart. She checked her watch. They needed to leave in 10 minutes. So stop worrying. Tonight is just a formality. I'll stop worrying when it's over. And your father officially gives his blessing. Deal. Now, let's go face the final boss of this ridiculous quest we've been on. The drive to the Hamptons was familiar now they'd made this trip every few weeks for the past 4 months, sometimes staying the weekend, sometimes just for dinner. The Lancaster estate felt less intimidating than it had that first day. Or maybe they'd just gotten better at navigating its complexities. Catherine greeted them at the door with warm hugs she'd thawed considerably over the past few months, especially after Caroline had started calling her more regularly and actually asking for advice instead of just checking in because she had to. You both look wonderful, Catherine said, ushering them inside. Dinner's almost ready. Richard is in the study with Tommy. They're arguing about something political. You know how they get. Eleanor is already in the dining room with wine. Starting early? Caroline asked. She says she needs fortification for whatever dramatic pronouncement your father is planning. Catherine lowered her voice. Between you and me, I think he's going to give you both his full approval. He's been in a suspiciously good mood all week. Suspiciously good? Alexander repeated. Richard only gets that way when he's about to win something or prove a point. And since you two have been doing exactly what he asked, I think he's pleased with himself for pushing you to be honest. Catherine smiled. He'd never admit it. But I think he's proud of how you've both handled these past few months. They gathered in the dining room, the same room where they'd had that disastrous first dinner, where Richard had interrogated Alexander about his business and Malcolm had basically called Caroline a gold digger. But the atmosphere was different now. Warmer. More relaxed. Eleanor hugged them both, whispering to Caroline, You've done well, darling. Better than I expected, honestly. Thanks, Grandma. Your confidence is inspiring. I'm honest. It's my best quality. Eleanor settled back in her chair. Now, let's get this dinner over with so we can have dessert and champagne. I have a new jazz album I want you two to listen to. Miles Davis, 1959. Pristine condition. Tommy arrived with Richard, both of them still debating something about economic policy. Tommy clapped Alexander on the shoulder in greeting. They'd become something like friends over these months, bonding over their shared experience of dealing with Lancaster family intensity. Ready for Judgment Day? Tommy asked quietly. As ready as I'll ever be. For what it's worth, I think you guys are solid. Even Dad thinks so, though he'll make you sweat before he admits it. Dinner was served. Catherine had gone all out. Multiple courses, wine pairings, the full formal treatment. They ate and talked and laughed. And to Alexander it felt genuine now. Not a performance. Not a test, just family dinner with people who'd slowly become important to him. As dessert was being cleared, Richard stood up, wine glass in hand. Here it was, the moment they'd been building toward for 4 months. "I think it's time we address the elephant in the room," Richard said, his expression serious. "4 months ago, we had a difficult conversation in this house. My daughter and her husband admitted they'd lied to us all, that their marriage had started as a transaction, an arrangement to benefit them both." Alexander felt Caroline tense next to him. He took her hand under the table, squeezed gently. "I was disappointed, angry, hurt that Caroline would deceive us so thoroughly." Richard paused, looking directly at his daughter. "But I was also curious, because the easy thing would have been to continue the lie, to never tell us the truth. The fact that you both chose honesty even knowing there would be consequences said something important." "It said we were tired of lying," Caroline said quietly. "To you, to ourselves, to everyone." "It said you were growing up," Richard corrected gently. "Taking responsibility, facing consequences instead of running from them." He turned his attention to Alexander. "And you? You could have walked away when things got complicated. When it became clear that staying with Caroline meant dealing with her family, her father's conditions, months of scrutiny. But you didn't." "Accidentally fell in love," Richard repeated. "That's supposed to make me feel better about this situation?" "Actually, yes," Tommy said, speaking for the first time since they'd sat down. "Because, Dad, have you seen Tori the past few weeks?" "I have. She's called me probably every other day. And she's happy. Like, genuinely happy in a way she hasn't been since before the Ferrari incident. Maybe even longer." "Tommy." Caroline started. "No, let me finish." Tommy stood up, moving to stand behind his sister protectively. "Look, I was skeptical too. I thought this whole thing was insane when she first told me. But I've watched them together. I've seen how he looks at her, how she lights up when he walks in a room. That's not performance. That's not strategy. That's two people who are actually into each other." "You knew they were lying?" Richard turned his attention to his son. "I suspected they'd moved really fast. I didn't know about the bet or the full extent of the arrangement. But I knew something was off about the timeline." Tommy shrugged. "I just chose to believe that maybe it didn't matter how it started, as long as where it ended up was good." Catherine, who'd been silent this whole time, finally spoke. "Richard, do you remember when we almost got divorced? When Caroline was 5 and Tommy was 2? Richard's face went carefully blank. Catherine: "No, this is relevant. We almost got divorced because I married you too fast, for the wrong reasons, and we spent the first 5 years of our marriage fighting about everything. We were miserable." Catherine's voice was soft but firm. "But we didn't give up. We got therapy. We learned how to communicate. We figured out how to actually be partners instead of just two people sharing a house. And look at us now, 35 years together. That's different. Is it? We started messy and figured it out. Maybe they started messy too, but they're doing the work to figure it out. Shouldn't we give them that chance?" Richard looked at his wife for a long moment, something unspoken passing between them. Then he turned back to Alexander and Caroline. "I'm extremely disappointed," he said quietly. "In both of you. You lied. You manipulated the situation. You showed exactly the kind of impulsive decision-making that led to Caroline's punishment in the first place." Caroline's face crumpled. "Dad, But," Richard continued, holding up a hand, "I'm also impressed. In a strange, frustrating way, I'm impressed that you both recognized you'd made a mistake and worked to fix it. That you didn't just coast through 6 months pretending. That you actually tried to build something real." "So what does that mean?" Alexander asked carefully. "What happens now?" "It means I'm not extending Caroline's punishment. She's fulfilled the conditions. She's married to someone successful and responsible, even if the path to that marriage was deeply questionable." Richard's expression softened very slightly. "And it means you're both on probation." "Probation?" Caroline echoed. "You have the next 4 months, the remainder of your original agreement, to prove this is real. To show me that you're not just saying what I want to hear, but actually building a genuine partnership. You'll have family dinners once a month where I'll be watching. You'll be transparent about your relationship, your plans, your future. And at the end of 4 months, we'll revisit this conversation. And if we prove it's real, Alexander asked, then you have my blessing. Full acceptance into the family. No more probation. Caroline's trust fund fully restored with no conditions. Richard paused. And if you don't prove it, if I discover you're still lying or using each other, then Caroline's punishment gets extended another year, and you, he pointed at Alexander, it will have destroyed your relationship with this family entirely. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't the immediate acceptance Alexander had hoped for, but it was better than the worst-case scenario. Better than annulment or permanent separation or outright rejection. We can do that, Caroline said, looking at Alexander for confirmation. 4 months. Family dinners. Transparency. We can prove it's real. Can you? Richard asked. Because 4 months ago you couldn't even show up on time for work. What makes you think you can sustain a real marriage? Because I'm not doing it alone. Caroline squeezed Alexander's hand. I'm doing it with someone who believes in me, who sees past my mistakes to who I could become. That changes everything. Richard studied them for another long moment, then finally nodded. All right, 4 months, starting now. First family dinner is 3 weeks from today. Don't be late. We won't be, Alexander promised. The tension in the room deflated slightly. Not completely. There was still awkwardness, still disappointment hanging in the air. But the immediate crisis had passed. They'd survived the truth. Eleanor raised her wine glass. Well, this has been dramatic. I haven't been this entertained in years. She smiled at Caroline and Alexander. For what it's worth, I believe you. I think you're both stubborn enough to make this work out of pure spite, if nothing else. That's actually fairly accurate, Caroline admitted. I know my granddaughter. Eleanor stood up, moving to hug Caroline. You've made mistakes. You'll make more, but you're trying to grow. That's all any of us can do. Catherine hugged Caroline next, whispering something in her ear that made Caroline's eyes get shiny. Tommy clapped Alexander on the shoulder in that male way that meant approval without having to actually say it. And Richard simply nodded, once, before gathering his papers and leaving the room. Not warmth, but not outright hostility either. Acceptance. Conditional and cautious. It would have to be enough. They left the estate an hour later, after more awkward conversation and promises to stay in touch, and assurances that, yes, they really were committed to making this work. The drive back to the city was quiet at first. Caroline stared out the window, processing, while Alexander drove and tried to figure out if they'd won or lost. That could have gone worse, he said finally. It could have gone better. True. But we told the truth, and we're still married. That's something? 4 months of probation. 4 months of proving ourselves. Like we're children who can't be trusted. Caroline's voice was bitter. I thought telling the truth would feel freeing. Instead, it just feels like we're under more pressure than before. We are under more pressure. But at least now we don't have to lie to your family. That has to count for something, I guess. She turned to look at him. Are you having second thoughts? Because I wouldn't blame you if you wanted out. This is a lot to deal with my family, the probation, the constant scrutiny. Are you having second thoughts? I asked you first, Caroline. Alexander reached over, took her hand. I'm not having second thoughts. I'm all in, for however long this takes, whatever hoops we have to jump through, whatever your father throws at us. I meant what I said. You're the best mistake I ever made, and I'm not giving up on you. Her eyes got shiny. Don't make me cry while you're driving. That's a safety hazard. Then don't ask me questions that have obvious answers. The answer isn't obvious. We've only been really together for like 3 weeks. For all you know, I'm terrible long-term. Maybe I'm annoying. Maybe I have weird habits you haven't discovered yet. You do have weird habits. You organize your books by color instead of by author or genre, which is insane. You eat cereal for dinner sometimes. You have full conversations with your plants, like they can understand you. Alexander smiled. And I like all of those things. They make you interesting. You think I'm interesting? I think you're the most interesting person I've ever met. Also the most frustrating. And challenging. And genuine. He paused. And I'm falling in love with you. Just so we're clear on where I stand. Caroline was staring at him with her mouth slightly open. You're what? Falling in love with you. Possibly already in love with you. But I'm trying not to rush the emotional declarations, given that we're still navigating the aftermath of admitting our marriage started as a transaction. He kept his eyes on the road, suddenly nervous. Too much? Too soon? Should I take it back? Don't you dare take it back. Her voice was thick with emotion. I'm falling in love with you too. Have been for a while now, actually. I just didn't know if I was allowed to say it. You're allowed to say anything. That's kind of the point of being real with each other. Then I love you. Or I'm falling in love with you. Or whatever the appropriate emotional terminology is for someone you married for all the wrong reasons, but who turned out to be exactly right. Alexander pulled the car over. They were on a relatively quiet street in the city now and turned to face her properly. Say that again. Which part? The I love you part. I love you. She said it clearly, confidently, no hesitation. I love your stupid morning runs and your terrible taste in movies, and the way you try to help me cook, even though you're useless in the Kit Carrington. I love that you believe in me even when I don't believe in myself. I love that you really see me, not just the surface stuff everyone else sees. He kissed her then, right there in the car, on a random Manhattan street, pouring everything he felt into it. Relief and joy and fear and hope all tangled together. When they broke apart, both of them were smiling. So we're doing this, Caroline said, for real. Not for a bet, not for a punishment. Because we actually want to. We're doing this. For real. For better or worse. Till death do us part and all that. Or at least until we figure out if organizing books by color is grounds for divorce. Walking away was never an option, Alexander said. Not once I realized what I'd found with Caroline. Yes. Well. Richard cleared his throat, suddenly looking slightly uncomfortable. These past 4 months, Catherine and I have watched you both carefully. We've seen you handle conflict, celebrate victories, support each other through difficult days. You've been transparent about your lives, your plans, your relationship. And? Caroline asked, unable to hide the nervousness in her voice. And I believe you're genuine. I believe that what started as a scheme has become something real, something worth protecting. Richard raised his glass higher. So I'm officially ending the probation. You have my complete approval, my blessing, and my trust. Welcome to the family, Alexander. Officially, this time, with no conditions. The relief that flooded through Alexander was almost overwhelming. Caroline made a small sound that might have been a laugh or a sob or both. And Eleanor was already reaching for the champagne. Finally, Eleanor declared. I've been waiting months for this. Catherine, get the good champagne. The one Richard's been saving. Mother, that champagne is for celebrating family, which is exactly what we're doing. Eleanor was already pouring. To Caroline and Alexander, may you continue to surprise us, challenge each other, and prove that sometimes the best relationships are the ones that start in the most ridiculous ways. They all raised glasses, drank, and the tension that had been hovering over every family dinner for 4 months finally dissipated completely. Catherine was crying happy tears. Tommy was grinning. Eleanor was already on her second glass of champagne. And Richard stern, cautious, protective, Richard actually smiled. There is one more thing, Richard said after the toasts had settled. Your trust fund, Caroline. It's been fully restored. No conditions, No restrictions. It's yours to use as you see fit. Caroline's eyes went wide. Really? All of it? All of it? You've proven you can be responsible, that you understand the value of things beyond money, that you've grown into someone we can trust with the family resources. Richard paused. I'm proud of you, sweetheart. Truly proud. And I'm sorry it took all of this, the punishment, the probation, the scrutiny for me to see the woman you've become. Dad. Caroline's voice cracked, and then she was up and hugging her father, both of them holding on tight. Thank you for not giving up on me, for pushing me to be better. That's what fathers do. We push. Sometimes too hard, sometimes not enough, but always because we love you. Alexander watched them, feeling something warm and solid settle in his chest. This was what family looked like. Messy and complicated and full of mistakes, but ultimately built on love and the willingness to keep trying. After dinner, after more champagne and dessert, and Eleanor insisting they listen to her entire new record collection, Alexander and Caroline finally escaped to the guest room they'd been using for these visits, the room that had become familiar over these months of proving themselves. Caroline collapsed on the bed, laughing with relief. We did it. We actually did it. 4 months of probation, and we survived. We more than survived. We thrived. Alexander lay down next to her, both of them staring at the ceiling. Your trust fund is restored. My friends paid out the bet money weeks ago. We've both gotten what we originally wanted from this arrangement. Yeah, we have. Caroline turned to look at him. So what now? What do you mean? I mean, we've fulfilled the original agreement. 6 months? Well, a little over 6 months now. We've both gotten what we needed. My punishment is over. Your bet is won. My father approves. We could... She paused, and he heard the fear in her voice. We could get divorced now if you wanted. Like we originally planned. No hard feelings. Clean break. Both walk-away winners. Alexander's heart stopped. Is that what you want? I asked you first, Caroline. He rolled over, propped himself up on one elbow so he could see her face properly. I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. Not strategically, not what you think I want to hear. Just the truth. Okay. Do you want to stay married to me? Not for your father's approval, not for the trust fund, not because it's convenient, or we've gotten used to living together. Do you want to be my wife? Actually, genuinely, permanently? She was quiet for a long moment, and Alexander felt his heart hammering so hard he was sure she could hear it. Yes, she said finally, simply. I want to stay married to you. I want to wake up to your stupid early morning runs and your terrible taste in action movies. I want to fight with you about whether we need a summer house and what color to paint the guest bedroom. I want to build a life with you, not just maintain an arrangement. Good. Because I want that too. All of it. The fights, the compromises, the daily routines, the building something permanent together. He reached up, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I love you. Not because you're convenient or because you make good pancakes, though you do make excellent pancakes. I love you because you're you. And I don't want that to end just because we've hit our original deadline. So we just stay married. For real? Forever? No expiration date? We stay married. For real. For as long as we both want it? Alexander paused. Though I should probably actually propose properly at some point. We skipped that step the first time. You proposed at Le Cygne Noir. I remember it clearly. You got down on one knee and everything. That was a performance. I want to do it for real this time. When you're not expecting it. When it's just us and no one else watching. Caroline smiled, soft and warm and completely genuine. I'll say yes, you know. Just so you're prepared. Whenever you ask, however you ask, the answer is yes. Good to know. Take some of the pressure off. They lay there in comfortable silence for a while, processing everything. The journey they'd been on, the people they'd become, the relationship they'd accidentally built from the worst possible foundation. Can I tell you something? Caroline said eventually. Always. That first day, when you walked into the bookstore, I thought you were the most annoying person I'd ever met. I'm aware. You made it very clear. But also, there was this tiny part of me, this very small, very stupid part, that thought you were interesting. That maybe I wanted to see what would happen if I said yes to dinner. She rolled toward him, close enough that he could see gold flecks in her eyes. I think some part of me knew, even then, that you were going to change everything. Same. I walked in planning to find anyone who'd say yes to a crazy proposal. But the second you looked at me like I was wasting your time, I wanted it to be you. Not just anyone. You specifically. We're ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Two people who got married for a bet and a punishment and somehow ended up actually in love. It's like the world's worst romance novel. Or the world's best one. Depends on your perspective. Caroline laughed, and then she was kissing him, and Alexander forgot about everything else. The bet, the probation, the original plan. All of it faded away, leaving just this. Them together, choosing each other over and over. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Caroline grinned. So, husband, what do you want to do with the rest of our lives? Everything, anything, as long as we do it together. That's incredibly vague. I'm working on it. Give me time. We have time now. That's the whole point. No more deadlines, no more conditions. Just us figuring it out as we go. Then let's start with the Hamptons house. I think you were right. We should buy it. Caroline's eyes went wide. Really? You hated that idea when I brought it up. I was scared. Scared of committing too much, too fast. But I'm not scared anymore. He kissed her forehead. Buy the house. Let's have a place near your family where we can spend summers and holidays. Let's build something permanent. You're sure? I'm sure. About the house, about us, about all of it. Okay then. We'll buy the house. She paused, thinking. And maybe we could travel? See the world? I've always wanted to go to Japan and Thailand, and we'll go everywhere you want. I'll clear my schedule. You hate clearing your schedule. I hate missing out on life with you more. Caroline kissed him again, slower this time, and Alexander thought about how far they'd come, from strangers in a bookstore to this two people who'd accidentally found what they'd both been looking for without even knowing they were searching. Alexander? Caroline murmured against his lips. Thank you. For what? For being brave enough to walk into that bookstore. For asking me to dinner. For proposing something crazy and trusting that I'd say yes. She pulled back slightly, meeting his eyes. For giving me a chance to be someone better. Someone who deserves this. You've always deserved this. You just needed to believe it. Well, I believe it now. Thanks to you. They stayed in that guest room for hours, talking and laughing, and planning a future that no longer had an expiration date. And when they finally fell asleep, tangled together like they'd been doing since that first night on the couch, Alexander felt something he'd been chasing his whole life without realizing it. Happiness. Real, genuine, uncomplicated happiness. Not because of his company's success, or his wealth, or winning some stupid bet, but because of the woman in his arms, the one who challenged him and frustrated him and made him want to be better than he'd been. The one who'd started as a stranger and become his partner, his wife, his home. 6 months later, August, hot and humid. New York in full summer chaos. Alexander stood on the deck of their new Hamptons house, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and pink. The house had taken 3 months to close on, another 2 to renovate to Caroline's exacting specifications. But it was perfect now, open and airy with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the water. A Kit Carrington that Caroline had designed herself. A library that Alexander had insisted on for all her books. Their home. Not his penthouse or her family's estate. Theirs. Caroline was inside, arguing with Tommy about something he could hear their voices, that familiar bickering that meant affection rather than actual conflict. Her family was here for the weekend, their first official gathering in the new house. Catherine was in the Kit Carrington making her famous lemon cake. Eleanor was on the porch with a record player, jazz drifting through the evening air. Richard was reading the newspaper and pretending not to listen to his children argue, and Alexander's friends, VP, Brian, even Malcolm, were scattered around the living room, drinks in hand, finally treating Caroline like one of them instead of a suspicious outsider. It had taken time, but they'd built this, a life that felt real and solid and permanent. His phone buzzed. A text from Rachel, his CFO Rachel. Board meeting next week. Quarterly reports look amazing. Whatever you're doing in your personal life, it's working. Keep it up. He smiled, texted back a confirmation, then put the phone away. Work could wait. Right now, he wanted to be here, in this moment, with these people who'd become his family. There you are. Caroline appeared beside him, 2 beers in hand. She passed him one. You okay? You've been out here for a while. I'm perfect. Just thinking. About how a year ago I was bored and lonely and so focused on work that I'd forgotten what actually mattered. And now... He gestured at the house, the family inside, the life they'd built. Now I have this. All of this. We have this, Caroline corrected, leaning against him. We built it together. Together, he agreed. That's the only reason it works. They stood there in comfortable silence, watching the sun disappear below the horizon. Inside, someone turned up the music. Eleanor's jazz gave way to something more modern, more energetic. Someone, probably Tommy, was trying to convince everyone to dance. We should go inside, Caroline said, but she made no move to leave. In a minute. You want to know something? Always. That first day in the bookstore. When you asked me to dinner and I said yes. She paused, choosing her words carefully. I was so scared. Scared of what I was doing, scared of lying to everyone, scared of what would happen if it all fell apart. But also, she turned to look at him, also excited. Like maybe, just maybe, something interesting was about to happen. Was it? Interesting? It was the most interesting thing that's ever happened to me. You're the most interesting thing that's ever happened to me. She smiled. Even when you're being boring and responsible and going to bed at reasonable hours. I've gotten better about that. We stayed up until 2 a.m. last night watching terrible movies. Progress. I'm very proud. Caroline Lancaster Carrington, are you patronizing me? Caroline Carrington, she corrected with a grin. I dropped the Lancaster professionally. Legally, I'm just Caroline Carrington now. Your wife. Not your wife from the Lancaster family. Just your wife. Alexander felt something tight in his chest. She'd made that change last month, quietly, without making a big announcement, choosing to be defined by their marriage rather than her family legacy. I love you, he said, because sometimes those 3 words were the only ones that mattered. I love you too, even though you proposed to me for a bet, and I married you to escape punishment. We really did this whole thing backward, didn't we? Completely backward. But we figured it out. We did. She kissed him, quick and sweet. Now come inside. Your friends want to challenge us to some ridiculous drinking game, and my grandmother wants to teach you how to properly appreciate bebop. Can't we just stay out here? We could, but then we'd miss the party. And the party is for us, to celebrate the house, the life, the fact that we took the world's most ridiculous bet and turned it into something real. She was right, as usual, so he let her pull him inside, into the noise and warmth and chaos of their life. VP immediately dragged them into whatever game was happening, something involving cards and shots that Alexander didn't fully understand, but played anyway. Caroline teamed up with Tommy against him and Brian, And there was trash talk and laughter and Eleanor providing color commentary from her chair like she was announcing a sporting event. At some point, Richard pulled Alexander aside. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" "Of course." Alexander followed him out to the porch, suddenly nervous. They'd come a long way, but Richard still had the ability to make him feel like he was being evaluated. "I wanted to tell you something," Richard said, looking out at the dark water. "And I wanted to do it privately, without Caroline or the others around." "Okay." When this all started, the bet, the arrangement, the lies, I was furious. I thought you were taking advantage of my daughter's situation. I thought you were just another rich man treating relationships like business transactions. Sir, let me finish. Richard held up a hand. But watching you both these past year, seeing how you've grown together, how you challenge each other and support each other, I was wrong. You're not taking advantage. You're genuinely devoted to her. I love her, Alexander said simply. More than I thought I could love anyone. I know. I can see it. Richard turned to face him. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for loving my daughter, for helping her become who she was always capable of being, for being the partner she needed, even if neither of you knew it at first. Alexander felt his throat get tight. Thank you for giving us a chance, for not giving up on us when you had every reason to. Family doesn't give up, even when they're disappointed or frustrated or confused. Richard smiled slightly. Besides, Catherine would have killed me if I'd ruined this. She adores you. The feeling is mutual. They stood there for a moment, two men who'd started as adversaries and become something like family. Then Richard clapped him on the shoulder and headed back inside, leaving Alexander alone on the porch. He could hear music and laughter drifting from inside. His wife's voice, rising above the others, probably saying something sarcastic. Tommy's laugh. Eleanor insisting someone needed to appreciate the nuance of the bass line. This was his life now. Chaotic and loud and full of people who cared about him. So different from the sterile silence of his penthouse a year ago. A year ago, he'd been bored. Successful but empty. Going through the motions of a life that looked perfect on paper but felt hollow. And then he'd walked into a bookstore, met a woman who looked at him like he was wasting her time, made a stupid bet, proposed a ridiculous arrangement. Best mistake he'd ever made. Caroline appeared in the doorway. You keep disappearing. Are you hiding from my family? Your family is currently teaching VP how to swing dance. I'm not hiding. I'm observing from a safe distance. Coward. Pragmatist. She walked over, wrapped her arms around him from behind. What are you thinking about? About how none of this was supposed to happen. We were supposed to be divorced by now, living separate lives, barely remembering each other's names. Instead, we bought a house and got a joint bank account, and you let me organize your closet by color. I still think organizing by color is insane, and I still think your commitment to alphabetical order is boring. We balance each other out. They stood there, wrapped up in each other, listening to the party continue inside. And Alexander thought about all the ways his life had changed. The routines they'd built, the fights they'd had and worked through, the quiet moments and the chaotic ones. Marriage. Real marriage. Not the arrangement they'd agreed to, but the actual thing. Partnership, compromise, choosing each other every single day. Caroline? Marry me? She pulled back, laughing. We're already married, you absolute disaster of a romantic. I know, but I want to do it again. For real this time. In front of everyone. Not at a courthouse with a tired clerk reading from a laminated card. A real wedding. With your family and my friends and vows that we actually write ourselves. You want to have a wedding? After we've already been married for over a year? I want everyone to see what I see. That you're the best thing that ever happened to me. That this wasn't a bet or an arrangement. That you're my choice. Today, tomorrow, every day after that. Caroline was staring at him with shining eyes. That's, that's actually really sweet. And crazy, but mostly sweet. Is that a yes? Of course it's a yes, you ridiculous man. I'd marry you 100 times. Let's start with 2 and see how it goes. She kissed him, and inside someone cheered they'd been caught, clearly visible through the windows. Within seconds, the entire party was on the porch, demanding to know what was happening. "We're getting married," Caroline announced. Again, a real wedding this time. "You're already married," Tommy pointed out. "We're aware. We're renewing our vows, or having the wedding we should have had the first time. Or just being extra and doing the whole thing twice because we can." Caroline was grinning now, infectious and bright. "Who's going to plan it with me?" Catherine immediately raised her hand. Eleanor was already making suggestions about music. Tommy was arguing with Brian about whether they needed a band or a DJ. Malcolm was offering to review the contracts because apparently even weddings needed legal oversight in his world. And Alexander stood in the middle of all. Of it the noise, the chaos, the family he'd never known he wanted and felt completely, perfectly happy. This was what life was supposed to be. Not carefully controlled and optimized, but messy and loud and full of surprises. He'd made a bet to marry someone in 48 hours. He'd won that bet, and then lost it completely when he fell in love for real. But standing here, watching Caroline animate everyone with wedding plans for a marriage that had already survived its first year, Alexander realized he'd actually won something much bigger than $5 million. He'd won a life worth living, a partner worth keeping, a home worth building, all because he'd been bored and reckless enough to walk into a bookstore on a random Tuesday morning and ask a stranger to dinner. Best mistake he'd ever made. Hands down, no question, the absolute best mistake of his entire life. And he'd spend the rest of his life being grateful for it. 3 years later, the bookstore on the Lower East Side had new owners now. A young couple who'd renovated it, added a better coffee machine, expanded the stock. But they'd kept the name, Miller's Books and Cafe. Alexander and Caroline stopped by sometimes when they were in the neighborhood. They'd browse the aisles, buy a few books, remember the day that changed everything. "This is where we met," Caroline would tell their daughter, 18 months old. Curly hair, her father's eyes even though the baby was too young to understand. "This is where your ridiculous father walked in and changed my entire life." "I prefer to think of it as fate," Alexander would counter, carrying their daughter on his shoulders while Caroline rolled her eyes. It was a bet, the opposite of fate. A bet that led to fate. Fate adjacent. "That's not how that works." They'd bicker good-naturedly while their daughter laughed, and the bookstore owners would smile, recognizing the couple who came in sometimes and always left holding hands. Life was good, better than good. The company was thriving. Caroline had started her own business, an art consultation firm, that was already making waves. They split their time between the Manhattan penthouse and the Hamptons house, between work and family, between the life they'd built and the life they were still building. They fought sometimes, about little things, big things, stupid things, about whether to have another baby. Caroline said yes, Alexander wanted to wait. About whose turn it was to handle the 3 a.m. feeding. Definitely Alexander's turn, even though he claimed otherwise. About whether organizing books by color was genius or insanity. The jury was still out. But they always worked through it, always came back to each other, always remembered that they were on the same team, partners in this ridiculous adventure called life. The second wedding had happened 2 years ago, a beautiful ceremony overlooking the water at their Hamptons house, with everyone they loved watching. Real vows this time, written from the heart instead of read from a script. "I take you, Caroline, to be my wife." Again. For real this time. With no bets, no arrangements, No expiration dates. Just you and me, building something permanent out of the mess we made. I take you, Alexander, to be my husband. Again. Because the first time worked out so well that I figured why not try it twice. I promise to love you, challenge you, and never let you get too serious. And I promise to keep making pancakes, because apparently that's my signature contribution to this relationship. Everyone had laughed, and cried, and celebrated the couple who'd started as strangers, become accidental partners, and ended up exactly where they were supposed to be. Now, standing in that bookstore with their daughter babbling about the bright colors on the children's book section, Alexander thought about how far they'd come, how much had changed, how a single impulsive decision had led to everything good in his life. "Ready to go?" Caroline asked, balancing several new books in her arms. "We need to get home before the babysitter charges us overtime." "We don't have a babysitter." "Our daughter is right here. I mean, for tonight. Date night, remember? Dinner at Le Cygne Noir. You want to go back there? Anniversary tradition. We have dinner there every year on October 11th, even though we're actually celebrating our courthouse wedding on October 12th and our real wedding on the totally different date in August. We have too many anniversaries. The curse of getting married multiple times to the same person. One of many curses, along with your terrible movie taste and my inability to be on time for anything." They walked out of the bookstore, their daughter waving goodbye to the owners, and headed home through Manhattan streets that had become familiar territory. This was their life now, complicated and chaotic, and absolutely nothing like the carefully controlled existence Alexander had lived before that fateful Tuesday morning. And he wouldn't change a single thing about it. Well, maybe he'd change Caroline's color-coded book organization system. That was still insane, but everything else? Perfect. Better than perfect. Real, and real, as it turned out, was so much better than any carefully planned strategy could ever be. Because the best things in life were the ones you didn't plan for. The ones that surprised you. The ones that forced you to grow and change and become better than you thought you could be. Like marrying a stranger for a bet and accidentally falling in love. Like taking the worst possible foundation for a relationship and building something strong enough to last forever. Like learning that sometimes the biggest mistakes lead to the greatest. Happiness. Alexander had started this journey, trying to win a bet and prove a point. He'd ended it with a family, a home, and a love he'd never known he was missing. Not a bad return on investment. All things considered, the best deals he'd learned were the ones where everyone won. And this was a win for both of them. For everyone involved, really. A ridiculous bet that became a real marriage, that became a real life worth living. Sometimes the universe had a sense of humor, and sometimes, just sometimes, that humor led to happiness.